Chapter 1424. After looking around for a while, Lu Ming left the place and went to the other stone huts. Lu Ming discovered some skeletons in these stone houses. They should be emperor-level skeletons. However, their storage rings were gone, and Lu Ming did not find anything. Lu Ming walked along the passage and finally came to a secret room. There were a few boxes in the room. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he opened one of the boxes. Inside, there were some materials for refining weapons. Lu Ming was overjoyed after taking a closer look. That was because these materials were simply too precious. They were all materials that could be used to refine Saint artifacts. If taken out, they would be priceless. Finally, he found something good. Lu Ming smiled and put the box of materials into the mountain river diagram. Next, Lu Ming opened the second big box. In the second box, there were also refining materials. They were all very precious and could be used to refine sacred weapons. Lu Ming put it away and looked at the third box. There were only 3 boxes here. The third box was the smallest. Are they all materials for refining weapons? Lu Ming thought to himself. He then opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a strange energy wave spread out. The energy wave was extremely mysterious, like the aura of the heavenly path. It was very similar to the aura of the heavenly path mark that Lu Ming saw in the ancient cave abode. It was the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lu Ming looked into the box. Inside the box were pieces of chaotic colored stones. Each of them was about the size of a fist. There were 100 of them in total. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he thought of something. He was surprised. Are these the heavenly path stones? Lu Ming's heart pounded. The heavenly path stones, as the name suggested, contained the aura of the heavenly path. It was said that they were born from chaos when the heavens and earth were first created. They contained the great Tao and were extremely precious. Martial dominators could use the heavenly path stones to comprehend and improve their domains. Even saints could use the heavenly law stone to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. However, there were too few heavenly Tao stones. They were born at the beginning of the world and were extremely rare. Every time one was used, there would be one less heavenly Tao stone. As time passed, the number of heavenly Tao stones became fewer and fewer, and their prices also became more and more precious. I'm rich. There are so many heavenly law stones here. Lu Ming was delighted. He counted and found that there were a total of 108 pieces. My primal chaos domain is extremely difficult to cultivate, and it takes a long time to improve. It's much slower than other domains, but with the heavenly law stone, my speed won't be surpassed by too much. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The power of the primal chaos domain and the emperor of myriad domains was astonishing, but there was a drawback. It was too difficult to cultivate. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming's comprehension speed would definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming kept the heavenly Tao stone in a storage ring. Lu Ming was afraid that if he kept it in the mountain and river diagram, it would be ruined by Dandan. After keeping the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming went out and continued to move forward. Not long after, there was light in front of him, and at the same time, there was a burst of medicinal fragrance. There were spiritual herbs. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he strode forward. Sure enough, there was a herb garden in front of Lu Ming. The rich medicinal fragrance kept drilling into Lu Ming's nose. There are so many spiritual herbs. This is the 1,000 chance fruit and jade snow lotus. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the place, his eyes revealing a scorching glow. At a glance, there were at least level 9 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming could see that there were a few semi-sage herbs. Semi-sage herbs were one step away from becoming sacred herbs. Lu Ming once bought a semi-sage herb that was about to lose its spirituality. It was still planted next to the tree of enlightenment. Now, it had completely recovered. However, there were at least 7 semi-sage herbs here. In the end, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a small tree about a meter tall. It was sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color. There was a mysterious fluctuation coming from it. The ancient heavenly liquid tree. Lu Ming whispered with ecstasy in his eyes. This was a sacred herb, a real sacred herb. Even Saint Realm experts would break their heads if they saw it. The branches and leaves of the ancient heavenly liquid tree would produce a kind of spiritual liquid called heavenly liquid every once in a while. It was priceless and more effective than the water of life. Whether it was to restore true essence or heal injuries, it was very effective. There was a skeleton half squatting next to the ancient heavenly liquid tree, holding a jade bottle in its hand. It seemed that it was collecting the heavenly liquid tree. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade bottle. Sure enough, there was half a bottle of heavenly liquid in the jade screen. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, his figure flickered, and he collected all the level 9 spiritual herbs and semi-sage herbs on the scene. Finally, he uprooted the ancient heavenly liquid tree and planned to plant it in the mountain and river diagram. After collecting the spiritual herbs, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. First, Lu Ming went to his second body. After a few months of recuperation and with the help of a bottle of supreme-grade water of life, his body had finally recovered. However, his origin chi had not fully recovered and needed a rest. Lu Ming took out half a bottle of heavenly liquid. His second body took it and drank it in one gulp. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. Then, Lu Ming stepped out and went to the place where Dandan and Bubbles were. The valley was originally full of spiritual herbs, but now, almost all of them had been eaten. Dandan and Bubbles were sleeping there. As if sensing Lu Ming's arrival, Dandan opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Lu Ming, do you have any more spiritual herbs? Give me some more. I'm about to recover." "Take them." Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 100 supreme-grade, level 9 spiritual herbs flew out. Each of these spiritual herbs was supreme-grade, level 9 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they had been nurtured in the herb garden for at least 60,000 years. Their medicinal efficacy was amazing, far surpassing that of ordinary supreme-grade, level 9 spiritual herbs. So many supreme-grade, level 9 spiritual herbs. Boy, it seems that you have encountered another fortuitous encounter. Dandan's eyes lit up. He grabbed 2 of them and stuffed them into his mouth. Chirp, chirp, a white light flashed. Bubbles had woken up at some point. He grabbed a few spiritual herbs and gnawed on them. With these spiritual herbs, you should be able to recover, right? Lu Ming said, his heart aching. If he sold these spiritual herbs, he would definitely be able to get a lot of origin stones. Well, with these spiritual herbs, it's about time. If there are more, I will be able to level up. Dandan muttered, stuffing spiritual herbs into his mouth as he spoke. "Oh, then these are for you too." Lu Ming took out the 7 semi-sage herbs. If Dandan and Bubbles could level up, they would be of great help to him. Naturally, he was willing to give them to them. "Chirp, chirp, these are semi-sage herbs. 7 of them." Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up. He kicked his limbs and pounced on Lu Ming. Bam! Chapter 1425. "Ah, little one, you're pissing me off. How dare you kick me?" Dandan roared and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, gnashing its teeth and glaring fiercely at Bubble. "Chirp, chirp," Bubble burped, blinked its big black eyes, and looked at Dandan innocently, which made Dandan so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Come, here are 6 half-saint herbs, 3 for each of you." Lu Ming gave the 6 half-saint herbs to Dandan and Bubble respectively. "That's not fair. Why do I only get 3? This little one gets 4. Dandan shouted. "Go away. How old are you? Don't you find it shameful to be so serious with Bubble?" Lu Ming had a look of disdain. "Chirp, chirp." Bubble took the 3 half-saint herbs, stuffed them into his mouth, and wriggled in Lu Ming's arms. Dandan's face turned blue with anger. He took the 3 half-saint herbs and ran away. Then Lu Ming took out the ancient heavenly liquid tree. Swish! As soon as the ancient heavenly liquid tree was taken out, Dandan rushed over in an instant and said with wide eyes, "Nest, sacred herb, a real sacred herb. Hey, this is the ancient heavenly liquid tree. It's different from other sacred herbs. It's a waste to swallow it directly. If you dare to touch it, I'll cook you. Lu Ming stared at Dandan. He was a little afraid that this guy would swallow the ancient heavenly liquid tree while he was away. How can that be? Who am I? How can I steal sacred herbs? Moreover, the ancient heavenly liquid tree's heavenly liquid is priceless. Swallowing it directly won't have any effect. I know. Dandan smiled brightly, but his eyes still glanced at the ancient heavenly liquid tree from time to time. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to Dandan. He found a place and planted the ancient heavenly liquid tree. After that, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. This place is definitely the residence of an expert. Even if he's not a martial monarch, he's still a formidable expert. Let's search carefully. Lu Ming left the medicinal plant garden and proceeded along the passageway. Before long, he saw quite a few passageways that forked off in different directions. He randomly picked one and began to search for treasures in the fort. During this period, he saw many skeletons. The bones were sparkling and translucent, and they were all the skeletons of rulers. Nonetheless, the strange thing was that these skeletons were intact. They did not seem to have experienced a great battle when they were alive, so he did not know how they died. Moreover, he didn't see any storage rings. Lu Ming explored along the way and gradually approached the center of the fortress. In the center of the fortress was a large hall. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place. More than a dozen young men and women surrounded the two of them. The two people who were surrounded were Qiu Yingying and Xiao Hao. At this moment, Qiu Yingying was sitting cross-legged with a layer of holy light emanating from her body. She looked solemn, as if she had fallen into an ethereal state. As for Xiao Hao, he held a shield in his hand, and a golden bell floated above his head. The shield and the golden bell both emitted rays of light, and a mysterious and unfathomable aura leaked out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of sword light pierced toward Xiao Hao from the left and the right. They were as fast as lightning, and their power was shocking. Buzz! The golden bell above Xiao Hao's head buzzed, and 2 rays of light scattered down, destroying the 2 rays of sword light. A sacred weapon is indeed powerful. One of the young men said, "Everyone, let's attack together. That woman has obtained the inheritance of an expert here, and that man has obtained 2 sacred weapons. The sacred weapons are extremely powerful. 1 or 2 of us won't be able to defeat this kid." A red-faced young man said, "That's right. Let's attack together." The others chimed in. The dozen of them were all first-layer martial royal realm cultivators. Their auras made Xiao Hao's face turn serious. "Kid, you'd better hand over the sacred weapons. You can't take them for yourself. Also, interrupt that woman's inheritance and force her to hand it over." The red-faced young man said coldly. He looked at Qiu Yingying with a greedy look. This woman was too lucky to have obtained the inheritance of this place. The owner of this place was definitely a powerful expert. Who wouldn't want the inheritance of such an expert? Don't even think about it. If you interrupt my sister's inheritance, she will be severely injured or even killed. If you want to interrupt her, you'll have to do it over my dead body." Xiao Hao shouted angrily. He held the shield in his hand, and the golden bell above his head buzzed. "Humph, kid, don't think you're so great just because you've obtained 2 sacred weapons. You've just obtained them and have yet to refine them. Moreover, with your cultivation, how much power can you unleash? You won't be able to stop us." The red-faced young man sneered. "Let's see who dares to touch the people of the divine Dragon Valley." At that moment, a voice came from a passage at the side of the hall. Then, a group of people appeared in the hall. There were more than 20 of them. Their auras were released. They were all martial royal realm experts. The divine Dragon Valley. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. He quickly shouted, "Senior brothers, save us. It's you." A chuckle came from the group of people from the divine Dragon Valley. A figure stepped out. The person was wearing a silver robe and had a cold expression. If it wasn't Infeng, who else could it be? Infeng. Xiao Hao's face turned pale. "What's going on?" Infeng strode out. The other young men and women looked pale. With so many people from the divine Dragon Valley, it would be difficult to deal with them. "We found the treasures and inheritances here together. Don't you think the Divine Dragon Valley is too greedy to take them all for yourselves? The red-faced young man said in a deep voice, Inheritances? Treasures? Infeng glanced at Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao and understood what was going on. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The two of you are quite lucky. One of you obtained the inheritances and the other a sacred weapon. Now, give me the sacred weapons. Infeng said. Give them to you? Xiao Hao's face turned pale. That's right. Give them to me. Can you keep them? Also, stop your sister's inheritance immediately. How can she accept the inheritance of such an expert? Infeng said with disdain. No, I can give you the treasures, but I can't stop Yingying's inheritance. Xiao Hao gritted his teeth. No. Infeng's face turned cold, and he said, If you don't hand them over, then you can deal with it yourselves. Infeng snickered and walked to the side with the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, as if it had nothing to do with them. The elder said that the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley must be united and help each other. You are just leaving us in the lurch. Xiao Hao looked warily at the red-faced young man and shouted at the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. United? Of course we will be united, but you're just ants on an uncivilized island. What right do you have to be united with us? Plus, you want to take the treasures and inheritances. What a joke. Infeng snickered. Infeng seemed to have a high status in the Divine Dragon Valley. The others looked at Xiao Hao and Xiao Yingying indifferently and didn't have any intention to help. Chapter 1426. Damn it, Xiao Hao cursed in his heart. Infeng and the others were despicable. They were trying to force Xiao Hao and Xiao Yingying to hand over the treasures and the succession. Xiao Yingying could be forced to hand over the treasure, but she had to be focused on receiving the inheritance. It would be very dangerous for her to be interrupted by force. Xiao Yingying would be destroyed. He would never agree to this. Even if he had to die, Xiao Hao stood in front of Xiao Yingying with a shield and a golden bell floating above his head. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The red-faced young man said coldly. Who do you want to fulfill your wish? At that moment, a clear voice could be heard in the hall. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, there was a flash of light, and a figure broke through the encirclement and appeared beside Xiao Hao. His speed was shockingly fast, and not many people saw how he appeared. Lu Ming, Xiao Hao blurted out instinctively. That's right. The person who had appeared was Lu Ming. He had been walking around aimlessly in the fortress. When he arrived, he saw the scene in the hall and appeared beside Xiao Hao with the wind origin skill. Infeng, Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming glanced at Infeng and the people of Dragon God Valley. The people of Dragon God Valley stood aside, clueless about what had happened. Lu Ming, it's like this. Xiao Hao briefly explained what had happened earlier, and Lu Ming understood what was going on right away. Despicable. Lu Ming glanced at Infeng. It's this kid. Hee. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Infeng was stunned when he saw Lu Ming. Then he smiled coldly. Before he had broken through to the Martial Emperor level, he was no match for Lu Ming. However, now that he had broken through to the Martial Emperor level, his spirit body had transformed into an inferior Earth spirit body. He was confident that he could crush Lu Ming. Kid, are you going to interfere? The red-faced young man looked at Lu Ming. What do you think? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Lu Ming scolded coldly. Arrogant. You want to get involved in this matter alone? You're courting death. I'll kill you first. The red-faced youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A blood-red sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. This person was a disciple of the Blood Demon House, one of the 13 top sects in the Tsang province. Clang! Lu Ming flicked his finger and deflected the blood-red sword light. At the same time, his body moved and he punched the red-faced young man. How could this be? The red-faced youth's sword light was sent flying by Lu Ming's flick of a finger. This startled him. The long sword in his hand flashed, and dozens of sharp blood-red sword lights burst out, stabbing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's fist energy crushed through the red-faced youth's sword light. Then, the fist energy landed on the red-faced youth's body. The red-faced youth screamed as his body was sent flying. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. There was no trace of life left in him. Lu Ming's punch had scattered the spiritual deity within the red-faced young man's body. At the side, the other youths were shocked. Killing the red-faced youth with a single punch had shocked them. Who else wants to die? Lu Ming glanced at the other youths. The youths' faces changed. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill him with more than 10 of us working together. A youth growled. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming appeared beside him and punched him. This person was dead. Who else? Lu Ming said calmly. Cold killing intent filled the air, causing the remaining youths' faces to turn pale. Innate spiritual body. This person must have an innate spiritual body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong combat strength. They growled in their hearts, believing that Lu Ming had an innate spiritual body. Once an innate spiritual body broke through to the martial royal realm, the spiritual body would undergo a transformation. The worst-case scenario would be an inferior Earth spiritual body. Their combat strength would be strong enough to crush martial artists of the same level. This guy, at the side, Yin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming had also broken through to the martial royal realm, and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Yin Feng did not take him seriously. He could also kill a martial artist of the same level with a single move. Get lost, Lu Ming scolded. The youths' faces turned pale, but they could only retreat helplessly. However, they only walked to the side and did not leave. They could tell that Yin Feng and his group were not on good terms with Xiao Hao and her sister. They would not give up so easily. They might be able to take advantage of the situation later. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Ming looked at Yin Feng and his group. Humph. Yin Feng's face darkened. He harumphed and said, Lu Ming, do you think you can keep these treasures and inheritances? You'd better give them to us. We'll help you bring them out and hand them over to the sect. Hand them over to the sect? We'll do it ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant just because you have some strength. I'll see what makes you so confident that you can keep these treasures. Yin Feng stepped forward and a powerful aura spread out from his body. Loser, you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming said in disdain. Times have changed. Lu Ming, today, I'll let you see the difference between us. Yin Feng's body glowed with silver light. A dragon roar resounded throughout the hall. Silver light spread out from his body and turned into a silver dragon that coiled around his body. Silver Dragon War Body. A terrifying spiritual body. Silver Dragon Star Fist. Yin Long yelled. His body was like a beam of silver light as he charged toward Lu Ming. The silver Emperor Spirit weapon glove on his fist exuded a dazzling glow. The fist force blasted out and the space shook violently. Boom! Lu Ming was very casual. He took a step forward and punched out. This punch did not have any abnormalities. It was ordinary. Dong! The two fists collided. It was like two meteors colliding. The terrifying sound waves caused the hall to rumble violently. Then, a figure retreated continuously. It was Yin Feng. He retreated 7 steps. With each step, the hall rumbled as if it was shaking violently. Impossible! Yin Feng's eyes flashed with disbelief. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, his spiritual body reached the low-grade Earth spiritual body. It was incomparably powerful. With the addition of his domain and Emperor spirit weapon, he originally thought that he could crush Lu Ming. But now, with just one move, he was completely at a disadvantage. And from the looks of it, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. Low-grade Earth spiritual body, you lowly ant. How can you cultivate a low-grade Earth spiritual body? Yin Feng roared. You think you're noble? Low-grade Earth spiritual body. You think you're great? I'll let you know that even if we're both low-grade Earth spiritual bodies, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. Dong! With one step, the hall rumbled. Lu Ming came in front of Yin Feng. His body was like a dragon, twisting and swaying. A powerful force followed his arm and punched out. Explode for me! Yin Feng roared. The aura on his body began to surge wildly again. Chapter 1427. Yinfeng's aura was shocking. He had reached the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm. The Great Emperor's mystic realm had only been open for a dozen days, and Yinfeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm. However, it was not hard to understand. A genius like Yinfeng, who had lived in the Yuan continent since he was young, had reached the peak of the Martial Royal Realm. The reason why he had not broken through to the Martial Royal Realm was because he had been suppressing it to enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm. They had been suppressing it for too long and had accumulated too much. Once they broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. It was normal for them to reach the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm in a dozen days. It would not take long for them to break through to LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Yinfeng unleashed his full strength to fight against Lu Ming. Dong! The two fists collided and a bell rang. However, the result was the same. Although Yinfeng had unleashed his cultivation, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. Lu Ming did not even use the chaotic realm. He only used the dragon god's battle body and the hell suppressing skill. Although Lu Ming's spiritual body was the same as Yinfeng's, a low-tier spiritual body, Lu Ming had been trained by the world-refining Calamity Bell. There was a trace of chaotic qi in his body, which made Lu Ming's spiritual body stronger than an ordinary low-tier spiritual body. It was close to a medium-tier spiritual body. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to throw out punches. He was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing Yinfeng. Puff! Yinfeng's body shook violently. He kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were shocked. Yinfeng had an innate spiritual body. Now that he had evolved into a low-tier spiritual body, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the young man from the desolate island, was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. What? Is this all you've got? Is this the source of your confidence? Don't you want to show me the difference between us? Lu Ming mocked. Yinfeng let out a beast-like growl. He was too sullen. He had been suppressed by Lu Ming when he was at the Martial Royal Realm. And Lu Ming spoke. At his spine, a blood-red light flashed. From his third bloodline, a strand of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of blood-red light, and a boundless killing intent enveloped Yinfeng. Being shrouded by the endless killing intent, Yinfeng shuddered violently. Boom! Borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength greatly increased. When his fist collided with Yinfeng's fist again, a cracking sound rang out from Yinfeng's arm. His arm was completely deformed. Yinfeng let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Suppress! Lu Ming pressed down with his hand, and the phantom of the suppressing Helm monument appeared on his arm, pressing down on Yinfeng. Bang! Yinfeng raised his arms and resisted with all his might. However, he was pressed down by Lu Ming's palm, causing Yinfeng to kneel down. With a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground in front of Lu Ming. Even if you want to beg for mercy, you don't need to be so courteous, do you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arg, I'm going to kill you. Yinfeng's eyes were red. He let out an angry roar and struggled frantically. Last time, he was stepped on by Lu Ming 9 times in a row. He had become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley and was ridiculed by his competitors. Now, he was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Even if he were to rise up in the future and rule the world, this incident would be a stain in his life. He was furious, he roared, and he couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. The sole of his foot was imprinted on Yinfeng's face again. Yinfeng let out a scream and slid out along the floor. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Yinfeng, wanting to step on him again. Enough! A voice came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. Then a figure rushed out at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! 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 The figure instantly clawed out 9 times. 9 blood-red dragon claws clawed at Lu Ming. The claw wind whistled, and its power was shocking. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was hit by the dragon claws, he would be smashed to pieces. Lu Ming listened to the sound and struck out 9 times. His palms were covered by the chaotic domain and clashed with the 9 blood-red dragon claws. Bam! 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, Lu Ming's figure was stopped. The figure borrowed the force and floated back dozens of meters. Second level martial royal realm. Lu Ming was shocked and looked at the other party. It was a young man in his 20s. He looked younger than Lu Ming and was very handsome. Furthermore, he had eye-catching blood-red hair that was tied up casually. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he recognized this person. There were 13 top sects and factions that had entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. There were many geniuses and experts. This was especially so for the local geniuses. They had received the best training since young, and many of them had innate spiritual bodies. They were extremely powerful. However, there were still leaders among these people who suppressed the rest. The leader of Dragon God Valley was the person in front of him, Yu. Lu Ming had heard people talking about this on their way to the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Therefore, Lu Ming recognized this person. This person was indeed powerful. He had only entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm for a short while, and his cultivation had already broken through to the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm. It was shocking. Yu, help me kill him. Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted hysterically. He was about to go crazy. Lu Ming, your battle strength is admirable. Let's fight another day. Let's go. Unexpectedly, Yu did not continue the battle. Instead, he retreated. Yu, what are you doing? Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted. Nonsense. Yu glanced at Yin Feng coldly, before grabbing him and entering a path. The geniuses of Dragon God Valley exchanged glances with one another, before following Yu out of the place. After walking for a while, Yu, why didn't you kill that bastard and take the treasure? Yin Feng still did not give up and asked. Because even if I were to attack, I'm not confident that I could defeat this Lu Ming. Yu came to stop and said in a serious tone. What? The people of Dragon God Valley, including Yin Feng, were stunned. After a while, Yin Feng said, how is that possible? Your cultivation has already broken through to the 2nd layer Martial Royal Realm, and your innate spiritual body is at the mid-tier earthly spiritual body. How is it possible that you can't defeat that kid? He frowned as if he was in deep thought. After a while, he let out a sigh and said, this Lu Ming is giving me a dangerous feeling. He did not use his full strength in the previous exchange. I have a feeling that if we were to fight to the death now, I would be the one to die. What? Yin Feng and the others were stunned once again. They found it hard to believe. Yu, the peerless genius of Dragon God Valley, believed that he was no match against Lu Ming. How is this possible? Chapter 1428. Let's go. Let's not provoke him in the Great Emperor's mystic realm for now. Once my cultivation improves, I'll have full confidence. Yu said as he strode forward. Lu Ming watched as Yu and the others left. He did not chase after them. He was not afraid of Yu, but he was afraid of unnecessary trouble. Now, Xiao Yingying was trying her best to receive the inheritance. If he fought with Yu, it would cause too much of a commotion and affect Xiao Yingying's inheritance. Seeing that Yu and the others had left, the onlookers did not dare to stay any longer. They all took to their heels and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Xiao Yingying, Xiao Hao, and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, you saved us again. Thank you. Xiao Hao walked to Lu Ming's side and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude. During this period of time, the siblings had been saved by Lu Ming many times. Otherwise, they did not know what would have happened to them. He was naturally very grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite. We're friends, aren't we? Since I met you, do you want me to stand by and do nothing? Lu Ming said it casually, but Xiao Hao was even more grateful. By the way, Lu Ming, I obtained 2 sacred weapons here. You can have this shield. Xiao Hao handed the shield to Lu Ming. Brother Xiao, this is your opportunity. Why are you giving it to me? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Sacred weapons were very precious. To be honest, Lu Ming was also very tempted. However, this was Qiu Hao's opportunity. Lu Ming would naturally not steal it from someone else. Lu Ming, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to keep these two sacred weapons. This golden bell is very compatible with me, but this shield is not very compatible with me. Perhaps it's more suitable for you. Qiu Hao insisted on giving the shield to Lu Ming. Seeing Qiu Hao like this, Lu Ming could only take the shield. It's so heavy. Grabbing the shield, Xianxia felt a slight weight on his palm. Lu Ming had cultivated the Dragon God battle body and was extremely strong. However, this shield still made him feel slightly heavy. Its weight was astonishing. The shield exuded a mysterious fluctuation, which was somewhat similar to the air-frozen bead and thunder cauldron that Lu Ming had obtained. A Saint artifact shield is definitely a rare treasure. Lu Ming also liked it a little. If he took the shield out, it would be invaluable. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qiu Hao sat cross-legged on either side of Qiu Yingying and began to refine their respective saint weapons. True essence poured into the shield, and the shield hummed lightly, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a brilliant light. Not long after, the shield shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's forehead, disappearing without a trace. The shield could be considered to be at the initial stage of refinement. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to completely refine the shield, nor was it possible for him to unleash the full power of the shield. This was a saint weapon. Just like the Thunder Cauldron, Lu Ming had the Thunder Cauldron for many years, but he could only unleash a small portion of its power. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Lu Ming stood up and saw that Qiu Hao was still refining the golden bell. The golden bell floated above Qiu Hao's head, emitting rays of light that enveloped Qiu Hao. After a while, the golden bell turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared into Qiu Hao's forehead. He had also begun to refine it. Buzz! At this moment, a powerful fluctuation came from Qiu Yingying's body. So powerful. Facing this fluctuation, Lu Ming felt like he was facing a Saint Realm expert. The terrifying pressure made him feel like he was about to suffocate. However, as soon as the fluctuation came out, it quickly retracted into Qiu Yingying's body and disappeared. At this moment, Qiu Yingying opened her eyes. Yingying, did you succeed? Qiu Hao looked at Qiu Yingying expectantly. Yes. Qiu Yingying nodded. Qiu Hao was overjoyed. Lu Ming, thank you for saving me. Qiu Yingying bowed to Lu Ming. Although she had been receiving the inheritance, she still had a vague sense of what was happening in the outside world. She knew that Lu Ming had saved them. Otherwise, Qiu Yingying would have been lucky if she could keep her life, let alone receive the inheritance. You're welcome. Yingying, why were you suddenly brought in? What happened? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's that jade pendant. When I first entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, I got it by accident. I didn't know what it was for, so I kept it with me. I didn't expect it to be the key to the inheritance. I received the inheritance with this jade pendant. Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming sighed. This was an opportunity. Yingying, did you get any useful information from the inheritance? Qiu Hao asked curiously. I haven't fully digested the inheritance. I just received it, so I don't know much. I only know that it's the inheritance of an absolute saint senior. Qiu Yingying said. Absolute saint. Lu Ming and Qiu Hao were shocked. An absolute saint was close to becoming a great emperor. They were happy for Qiu Yingying to receive the inheritance of an absolute saint. However, I received an important piece of information from the inheritance. It's about Emperor Song. It said that 7 types of inheritances will appear. Once 7 rainbow bridges break through the void, Emperor Song's palace will appear. Qiu Yingying said, 7 types of inheritances? That's easy to understand. Yingying, you're one of them. But what do you mean by 7 rainbow bridges? Lu Ming frowned. Qiu Yingying shook her head, indicating that she had no idea. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. I'm afraid that the other places have already been searched, Lu Ming said. Immediately, the 3 of them headed out. After making many turns, the three of them exited the fortress. Buzz. As soon as the three of them got out of the fortress, the entire fortress shook violently. Rays of light shone from above. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, the light gathered on the fortress, forming an incomparably huge rainbow. It pierced through the void and extended to an unknown place, disappearing into the vast sky. Rainbow Bridge. That's the Rainbow Bridge. Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Rainbow Bridge. Now they understood. It seemed that there were 7 types of inheritances in this secret realm. Every time someone received an inheritance, a rainbow bridge would be activated that led to the depths of the void. When the 7 rainbow bridges converged, Emperor Tsong's palace would appear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fortress shook, and many young people in the fortress flew out. They looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky in confusion. What's going on? Many people looked at each other. Let's go and find the next inheritance, Lu Ming said. They naturally would not explain it to others. The three of them flew into the sky and left the place. Whoosh! Not long after they flew out, a rainbow light suddenly broke through the void in the distance. Rainbow Bridge. Another rainbow bridge. Obviously, someone had received the inheritance. One end of the 2 rainbow bridges broke through the void in the same direction. Chapter 1429. Everyone in the great emperor's mystic realm began to search for the inheritances frantically. The next inheritance must be mine. I must get the next inheritance. Many youths looked determined and confident, especially the leaders of the 13 sections. Their eyes shone brightly. These leaders were only the leaders of this batch who had entered the mystic realm. They were not the leaders of the younger generation in their sections. Many of the younger generation in the various sects had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Most of the geniuses were in the martial emperor realm. Some of them were even more talented than them. The great emperor's mystic realm was their opportunity. If they could obtain an inheritance, they would be able to compete with the younger generation in the future. Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, and Xianxia flew aimlessly. They did not have any clues to find the inheritance. They could only rely on luck. Whoosh, whoosh. In front of them, a few rays of light were flying in the same direction. The three of them did not pay much attention to it. However, from time to time, they would see rays of light flying in the same direction. The three of them were curious. At that moment, another figure flew past. Lu Ming stopped him. What a coincidence. This person was also a disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. There might be an inheritance in front of us. This Dragon God Valley disciple only left behind a sentence and hurriedly left. An inheritance? The three of their eyes lit up. It seemed that another person had found an inheritance. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming said. The three of them flew in that direction. After flying for more than an hour, the terrain gradually became desolate. Although the terrain was flat, there was no vegetation. The three of them continued to fly. There's someone in front. Xiao Yingying pointed ahead. There was a person lying there motionless. The three of them flew over and found that the person was dead. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. How did this person die? There's no wound. Xianxia checked and said, It's in his dantian. Lu Ming discovered an extremely tiny hole in the clothes of this person's dantian. After unbuttoning this person's clothes, he discovered that there was also an extremely tiny hole in this person's dantian. It seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon. It was a fatal blow. Even the spirit god did not manage to escape. The three of them checked it out and continued forward. However, not long after, the three of them stopped again. That was because this time they saw several corpses at once. After examining them, they found that the cause of death for each of the corpses was the same. Their dantian had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and they were killed with a single strike. Judging from their lingering auras, these people should be Zhizuan realm cultivators. The three of them continued on their journey, but soon the three of them were shocked. Corpses. The road was littered with corpses. In one place, there were more than 1,000 corpses. Each corpse had died in the same way. Their dantians were all pierced. Among these people, some were even rulers. As they moved forward, they saw even more corpses. In total, there were more than 5,000 corpses. All of these people were geniuses. Any single one of them would be a top existence if they were to be placed in the continent of God. But now, they were all dead without a single sound. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Yuan continent was indeed many times more dangerous than the godly ruins. Where is this place? Why is it so evil? Xiao Yingying's face turned pale. What kind of existence can kill so many people? Moreover, their wounds are all the same. This is unbelievable. Xiao Hao's heart was pounding. Such a scene was too evil. Anyone would be scared. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard in front of them. A figure rushed into the sky and then swooped down. Get lost! Get lost! The figure roared. The battle saber in his hand slashed out rays of saber light in all directions. Its power was extremely shocking. He's so powerful. He's not weaker than Yin Feng. Xiao Yingying exclaimed. Such a powerful figure seemed to be in mortal danger at this moment. He was killing and slashing out dazzling saber light. Ding! Ding! When he slashed out with his saber light, there was a clanking sound in the air. That's a type of butterfly. Xiao Yingying suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xiao Hao also saw it. It was a type of butterfly that was almost transparent. It was shockingly fast. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it. Moreover, this butterfly had two sharp thorns on its tail that looked like two tiny swords. The sword-tail disc. Those three words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The sword-tail disc was an extremely terrifying insect. These ferocious insects were transparent, and their speed was astonishing. They came and went without a trace. Moreover, there were two sword-like spikes on their tails. These spikes had terrifying attack power and penetrating power. Moreover, they were extremely fast. Ordinary people would be pierced by the spikes before they could even discover them, dying miserably on the spot. That was how the sword-tail disc got its name. Lu Ming finally knew how those people died. They were killed by the sword-tail disc. At this moment, the person in front of them was surrounded by hundreds of sword-tail discs. He tried his best to defend himself. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes lit up and he rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. This guy wants to drag us down with him. Xiao Hao said. A golden bell appeared above his head and scattered a light screen that enveloped him. On Xiao Yingying's body, a feather robe emitted light and covered her. Go back. Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at the young man. The terrifying fist force drowned the young man. How dare you? The young man shouted angrily. Lu Ming curled his lips. This person wanted to drag them down with him, but Lu Ming didn't dare to fight back. Boom! The young man had no choice but to slash with his saber. It hit Lu Ming's fist force and sent the young man flying with a loud bang. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the thorns on the sword-tail disc stabbed a few small holes in the young man's body. Fortunately, they didn't hit any vital parts. The young man soared into the sky and flew into the distance. His voice came from afar. Just you wait. Then, he disappeared into the horizon. A group of sword-tail discs chased after him. However, the young man had successfully dragged Lu Ming and the others down with him. At least half of the sword-tail discs that were attacking the young man were attacking Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air as hundreds of thorns pierced toward Lu Ming and the others. Buzz! Lu Ming activated the chaotic domain. The chaotic domain spread out and enveloped all the sword-tail discs. Then, Lu Ming pressed down with one hand, and the terrifying power of the chaotic domain crushed toward the sword-tail discs. The chaotic domain was millions of pounds heavy. Under the heavy pressure, the pressure was astonishing. Chapter 1430. Looks like it's not safe ahead. I'm afraid there will be a large number of sword-tail discs. Yingying, brother Xiao. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao. His meaning was clear. It was too dangerous to continue. Given Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao's strength, they would be in danger. Lu Ming, big brother, and I will wait for you outside. Xiao Yingying was very smart and said quickly. She knew that if she and Xiao Hao followed Lu Ming, they would be a burden to Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only move freely if he was alone. Okay, wait for me outside. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, be careful, Xiao Ying said worriedly. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and flew away. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao went back the way they came and left. Whoosh! Lu Ming was alone. His speed suddenly increased. Like a phantom, he flashed across the void. Whoosh! 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 After Lu Ming flew for a while, hundreds of sword-tailed discs attacked Lu Ming. It was very sudden and too fast. An ordinary martial king would not be able to survive such an attack. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial king. The chaotic territory covered his body, and the sword-tailed disc spikes could not break through Lu Ming's chaotic territory. The chaotic territory shook, and the spikes were all shattered. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch, and the chaotic domain crushed forward. Those sword-tailed discs exploded under the powerful fist force. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. Along the way, Lu Ming encountered several waves of attacks. However, Lu Ming rushed past them and shattered them in the air. Soon, a forest appeared in front of him. That is, Lu Ming looked into the distance. The forest covered a large area. In the center of the forest, there was a tall tower in the shape of a sword. It looked like a divine sword that pierced the sky. Even from a distance, one could see it. Is it the land of inheritance? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Scram! Not far away, a person was charging forward. This person was very strong and should be someone with an innate spirit body. However, at this moment, a large group of sword-tailed discs flew out from the forest below and attacked this person. This person tried his best to attack, but he couldn't break through the sword-tailed disc obstruction at all. Several large holes were pierced into his body, and he almost died here. He could only retreat in a sorry state. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were many corpses in the forest, because they all wanted to charge through this forest and were killed by the sword-tailed disc. Presumably, this forest was the lair of the sword-tailed disc. Who knew how many sword-tailed discs resided here? In order to reach the sword pagoda, one had to pass through this forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, another group of sword-tailed discs flew out towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand, and the chaotic field spread out and enveloped the group of sword-tailed discs. Then, with a shake, the sword-tailed discs were all killed and fell into the forest like raindrops. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward, heading towards the sword pagoda. Wait a minute! Suddenly, a cold shout sounded, and then two rainbow lights flashed towards Lu Ming. The rainbow lights faded, and two figures appeared. It's you! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. One of them was the young man who had been attacked by the sword-tailed discs, and then led the sword-tailed discs to Lu Ming and Xiao Ying. Lu Ming didn't go looking for him, but he appeared on his own. The other person's aura was also very strong. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the same level as this person. Your field is very mysterious. It can actually suppress the sword-tailed discs. No wonder you didn't die. Now, take the two of us there. The young man who had dragged Lu Ming and Xiao Ying into the water said coldly. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? The young man's eyes turned cold. You framed me and wanted to drag me into the water to help you escape. Now, you're asking me to take you there? Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming continued. If you don't take me there, you'll die now. The young man said, and his body was filled with cold, murderous intent. Is that so? Then you can go to hell. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The chaotic field was driven by Lu Ming's fist force, and it crushed towards the young man. How dare you make a move? You're courting death. Ah, no. The young man began to yell, but then he realized that Lu Ming's fist force was unbelievably powerful. He exerted all his strength and slashed with his saber, but under Lu Ming's fist force, the saber light was shattered and the fist force hit him directly. Bam! Half of his body exploded. Although his combat strength was not weaker than Yin Feng's, Lu Ming did not use the chaotic field when he fought with Yin Feng previously. Now that he used the chaotic field, it was simply crushing. Swoosh! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed half of the young man's body. Spare me. The young man was not dead yet, and he begged for mercy in horror. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lu Ming swung his hand and threw half of the young man's body into the forest. Suddenly, a dense sword-tail disc flew out from the forest. No, the young man yelled. The next moment, the sword-tail disc engulfed him, and his body was pierced into a hornet's nest, and he died on the spot. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming took a step forward, and his body was like a stream of light. The other young man was almost scared to death when he saw Lu Ming's combat strength. He fled in horror. However, Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he caught up with him in a few breaths. The result was already determined. With one move, the young man was half dead. Lu Ming did the same and threw the severely injured young man into the forest, where he was pierced by thousands of arrows. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the forest, a dense sword-tail disc rushed out and pounced on Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic field and used the wind origin technique. His entire body seemed to have turned into a long spear and rushed through. Wherever Lu Ming passed by, the sword-tail discs would explode one after another. Amidst the densely packed sword-tail discs, a passageway was created. The sword-tail disc could not stop Lu Ming in the slightest. Soon, Lu Ming successfully rushed through the forest and approached the sword pagoda. Strangely, as soon as he rushed through the forest, the sword-tail disc stopped chasing and all retreated. Boom! Clang! Not far from the sword pagoda, there was a terrifying rumble. Someone was fighting. Get lost. The Emperor Domain fruit is mine. You want to get the Emperor Domain fruit? Dream on. Die for me. Sword light, saber light, and palm print surged. In that area, there were 4 figures fighting in a chaotic battle. These 4 people's combat strength was very shocking, and they were even stronger than Yin Feng. No wonder they could break through the sword-tail disc's encirclement and rush here. Emperor Domain fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He looked around and found 3 fruit trees. On each tree, there was a fruit. Each fruit was sparkling and resplendent, and there was the aura of the great Tao lingering around it. It's really the Emperor Domain fruit. Chapter 1431. The Royal Region fruit was a rare treasure. It was said that a low-level martial royal realm martial artist could raise his cultivation by 1 level after consuming the Royal Region fruit. Even a high-level martial royal realm martial artist would benefit greatly from consuming the Royal Region fruit, as it could help him break through his bottleneck. If a martial royal realm martial artist wanted to raise his cultivation, he would first have to raise his realm, then cultivate his true origin and condense his spiritual body. However, the Royal Region fruit could raise one's cultivation by 1 level. The most amazing thing was that it would be useful for martial artists regardless of their realm. This kind of treasure was simply heaven-defying. It was no wonder that these people were fighting over it. The 3 Royal Region fruits are mine. Lu Ming moved and pounced toward the Royal Region fruits. The chaotic realm that he cultivated was 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than an ordinary realm. However, if he had the Royal Region fruits, how much effort and time could he save? Such a rare treasure was hard to come by. Since Lu Ming had come across it, he would not give it up. You're courting death. Trying to snatch the Royal Region fruits? Die. The 4 people who were fighting noticed Lu Ming and roared furiously. They attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The 4 people's combat strength was shocking, surpassing Yin Feng and the others. Even Lu Ming could not ignore the 4 people's furious attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming threw out 4 punches in a row and destroyed the 4 people's attacks. How powerful! The 4 people were shocked when they saw Lu Ming destroy their attacks with just a punch. We are no match for this person's combat strength alone. If he gets the Royal Region fruits, we will have no chance at all. One of the young men said, That's right. Why don't we team up and kill this person before fighting for the Royal Region fruits? All right, that's what I was thinking. The figures of the 4 young men flashed, and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. A powerful steam engine was emitted and locked onto Lu Ming. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted and formed a terrifying sound wave that attacked one of the young men in front of him. At the same time, he threw a punch at the young man in front of him. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one of them. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to make the first move when facing the four of them. Sword chi bloomed in his hand, and a sharp sword chi burst out, breaking apart the blast of air that Lu Ming spat out. However, when his sword slashed towards Lu Ming's fist, his expression changed greatly. The primal chaos domain pressed down. His sword light was like a willow leaf in the wind, swaying rapidly as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, the other three people also made their move. A saber light, a palm print, and a spear light bombarded Lu Ming at the same time. But Lu Ming pretended not to see it. The primal chaos domain covered Lu Ming's entire body. Boom, boom, boom. The three attacks landed on the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos domain shook violently, but it did not break. Their expressions changed greatly. What kind of domain is this? Why is it so terrifying? The three of them had the same thought in their minds. The primal chaos domain was a legendary domain. Not many people could recognize it. Moreover, they never thought that there would be someone in this world who could cultivate the primal chaos domain. The three people's attacks did not break the primal chaos domain, but Lu Ming's attack continued to crush it. Bang! The young man's sword light finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. The primal chaos domain erupted with a terrifying fist force. Puff! The young man's body shook violently, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the other three people. Cold killing intent enveloped the other three people. At this moment, the sword pagoda not far away emitted a buzzing sound, and the door at the bottom of the pagoda suddenly opened. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two streaks of sword light flew toward the sword pagoda from another direction and rushed into the gate at an extremely fast speed. The sword pagoda opened, and two experts rushed in. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, turning into a blood-red spear. Lu Ming grabbed it. Total annihilation. The blood-red spear swept out, containing the terrifying power of the primal chaos domain and the primal chaos domain. Bang! 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 The three young men were sent flying by Lu Ming like sandbags. They flew thousands of meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. After sending the three young men flying with one move, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he pounced on the Emperor Domain fruit. This time, the three young men did not dare to stop him. They watched as Lu Ming plucked the Emperor Domain fruit and put it away. After plucking the Emperor Domain fruit, Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the sword pagoda and rushed in through the door at the bottom. Who is this person? What terrifying battle strength! I'm afraid he's comparable to the leaders of the 13 sects. Indeed, but the two sword lights just now were the two leaders, Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword faction and Wang Xiao from the Nine Heaven Sword sect. This is interesting. Three leaders fighting for the inheritance. This is going to be interesting. Let's go take a look. Following that, the few young men also flew toward the sword pagoda. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the sword pagoda, he found that the sword pagoda was filled with sharp sword chi. Sword chi slashed toward him. It was the aftermath of the sword chi. In the sword pagoda, there were two people fighting fiercely. Sword chi filled the entire sword pagoda. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Of the two young men, one was wearing an ordinary black robe. He was handsome, and there was a sword mark between his eyebrows. It seemed like a divine sword would fly out at any time. The other person was wearing a robe with clouds. He was tall and had a wild aura. Both of them were sword cultivators and used long swords. Clang! Clang, clang. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Their long swords collided and sword chi was rampant. Both of their cultivations were at rank 2 martial royal realm, which was comparable to He, the leader of the Divine Dragon Valley. Luo Xiang, this inheritance is mine. The young man in the robe said coldly. Wang Xiao, the inheritance is not something you can talk about. Luo Xiang replied coldly. At that moment, the two of them saw Lu Ming. However, their eyes were cold, and they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. You guys can continue fighting. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the top of the sword pagoda. There was no staircase in the sword pagoda. The center was empty and led to the top. If one wanted to go up, they would have to rush up from the center. Get lost. As soon as Lu Ming rushed up, Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold and a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and shattered the sword light. He did not stop and continued to move upward. Not bad. Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold. He gave up on Luo Xiang and became one with his sword. He turned into a sword light and shot up to the sky, stabbing toward Lu Ming from below. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and took 9 steps in a row. Chapter 1432. Wang Zhao's expression changed abruptly. His body fell down involuntarily. Swoosh! At this moment, Luo Xiang caught up with Lu Ming. He soared into the sky and chased after Lu Ming. With the help of Wang Zhao's power, Lu Ming's body swayed, and he dashed to the highest floor in an instant. With a twist of his body and a stomp of his feet, Lu Ming moved dozens of meters horizontally and landed on the highest floor. Then, Luo Xiang flew up. Swoosh! After Luo Xiang, it was Wang Xiao. He landed on the ground and looked at Lu Ming gloomily. As the leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect in the Mystic Realm this time, he was actually kicked down by Lu Ming, an unknown person. This made his expression turn ugly. At that moment, Lu Ming's attention was attracted by something in front of him. There were 3 balls of light floating in the air in front of him. In one of the balls of light, there was a book that looked like it was made of gold. Strangely, there was a human figure on the book's surface dancing with a sword. It was very mysterious. It was a martial technique, a sword principle martial technique. In the second ball of light, there was a sword. The sword's body was snow white. With one look, one could feel a terrifying sword radiance. A sacred weapon. This sword was definitely a powerful sacred weapon. In the third ball of light, it was much simpler. There were only about 100 fist-sized stones. The Heavenly Law Stone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved. Lu Ming pounced on the Heavenly Law Stone. To Lu Ming, the sword principle martial technique was useless to him. He was not a sword cultivator and did not practice the sword. Although the sacred weapon was precious, it was not very useful to him. If he took it out, he would just sell it. These were not as attractive to him as the Heavenly Law Stone. The Heavenly Law Stone was the foundation of increasing one's strength. As long as one had strength, one would not be afraid of not having treasures. Lu Ming pounced on the Heavenly Law Stone. Luo Xiang pounced on the sword principle martial technique, and Wang Xiao pounced on the sacred weapon. Bam! Lu Ming grabbed the ball of light. The ball of light shook, but was not broken. It really has a defensive function. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Next, the chaos domain covered Lu Ming's palm. Circulating the suppressing hell heavenly skill, he slammed his palm into the ball of light. Wang! The ball of light shook violently. Although it didn't break apart, the light of the ball of light dimmed a little. Continue. Lu Ming unleashed a barrage of attacks. The primal chaos domain combined with the hell-suppressing heaven skill was extremely powerful. The ball of light constantly shook and flickered. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Ming had already sent out over 100 attacks. Finally, the ball of light collapsed into motes of light and disappeared. Lu Ming reached out and collected over 100 heavenly Dao stones into his storage ring. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In total, he had obtained more than 200 heavenly Dao stones. The heavenly Dao stones were extremely precious. Even a Sage Realm expert would want to look for them. Lu Ming's trip to the Great Emperor's mystic realm had not been in vain. After keeping the heavenly Dao stones, he looked around and realized that Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao had yet to break apart the ball of light. Sword light burst out from their hands and slashed at the ball of light. The ball of light shook and its light dimmed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body moved and pounced towards the ball of light that Wang Xiao was in. He slammed his palm out, and the ball of light shook violently. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiao shouted angrily. Lu Ming sneered. He couldn't be bothered with him and slammed his palm out again. "Brat, you dare to fight with me for the sacred weapon? You're courting death." Wang Xiao shouted angrily. The sword light in his hand flashed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming kicked out. This kick was also a combination of the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the primal chaos domain. Wang Xiao's sword light was scattered. His body swayed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Bam! Lu Ming slammed his palm on the ball of light again. With a poof, the ball of light was destroyed. Lu Ming grabbed the sacred weapon and kept it in his storage ring. "Brat, hand over the sacred weapon." Wang Xiao let out a furious roar and pounced on Lu Ming. His sword aura surged toward Lu Ming like rainbows. "You want the sacred weapon? Let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming sneered. When Lu Ming entered, Wang Xiao was the first to attack him. Now that he had the chance to snatch a sacred weapon, how could Lu Ming be polite? His palm was like a knife as he slashed down continuously. Under Lu Ming's palm, Wang Xiao's sword light was destroyed. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he was shocked to find that he could not do anything to Lu Ming. In fact, Lu Ming's attack was stronger than his. He was suppressed by Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his palm. With the help of the primal chaos domain, he slashed out 12 times in an instant. It was as if 12 mountains were pressing down on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his cultivation to the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Sword light burst out, tried to break out of the mountains. Clang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions as the sword chi was destroyed. Wang Xiao used all his strength and finally broke through a gap. He rushed out of Lu Ming's attack range and retreated far away. He felt the blood in his body churning as he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. At the same time, Luo Xiang also broke through the ball of light and put away the sword principle manual. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Originally, the 3 of them had 3 treasures. However, in the end, Lu Ming got 2 of them, and he did not get a share. That was a holy weapon. If he could refine it, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. He stared at Lu Ming viciously. "What? Do you want to die?" Lu Ming glanced at Wang Xiao, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Buzz! At that moment, a spot of light suddenly lit up in front of the 3 of them. The spot of light was dazzling, and slowly, a small sword appeared. The small sword was only the size of a palm, but it was dazzling. The light was like tiny swords that spread out in all directions. Inheritance! The 3 of them were shocked. Their eyes shone with a fiery light. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved and pounced on the light sword. However, in the next moment, their faces changed. They pushed forward with their palms, and then the 3 of them stepped back together. What a strong pressure. What a strong sword chi. Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. When he rushed out just now, he felt the powerful sword chi from the light sword as if it was going to tear him apart. If he had not blocked it in time, he would have been injured. Presumably, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao were in the same situation. It seemed that it was not that easy to get the light sword. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic domain and walked forward step by step. A layer of ripples appeared in the chaotic domain. That was because it was being attacked. Small sword chi was densely packed and endless, constantly stabbing the chaotic domain. Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also stepped forward. Of course, they were also being attacked and were trying their best to resist. The speed of the 3 of them became very slow. However, Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic domain and walked forward step by step firmly. His speed was still faster than Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao. Chapter 1433. Lu Ming was a few meters ahead, which made Luo Xiang's eyes flash. As for Wang Xiao, he was furious as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four figures rushed up from the bottom of the sword pagoda. They were the four youths who fought with Lu Ming for the Emperor Regent fruit. It's the inheritance, the sword pagoda's inheritance. When they saw the light sword, their eyes flashed with greed as they stepped forward. But at the same time, they were attacked by the sword chi, and their speed was slower than a snail. The power of the sword chi is getting stronger. Lu Ming's face turned serious. The closer they got to the light sword, the stronger the pressure and the power of the sword chi. The ripples on the chaotic domain became more intense. Boom! Lu Ming used offense as defense and began to use the hell-suppressing heaven skill to break the sword chi. This way it was better. Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also began to attack. Sword chi burst out from their hands and collided with the sword chi that pierced towards them. Dense collision sounds rang out in the air, but their speed was still inferior to Lu Ming's. The light sword was not far from them. In a short while, Lu Ming was already close to the light sword. He was less than a meter away from the light sword. He could reach out and grab it. At this point, the power of the sword chi light had reached an astonishing level. Damn it, no! Wang Xiao roared in his heart. Seeing that the inheritance was about to be taken by Lu Ming, he was extremely unwilling. He tried his best to move forward, but it was impossible for him to get close to the light sword. Lu Ming did not hesitate. His palm covered with the chaotic domain, he grabbed the light sword and successfully grabbed it. Buzz! At this moment, the light sword trembled slightly and shone brightly. A terrifying sword chi burst out. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that the chaotic domain on his palm could not withstand it and was about to shatter. A terrifying sword chi broke through Lu Ming's palm and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated after being hit by the sword chi. He slid along the ground for dozens of meters. He had failed. The lightsaber did not acknowledge him. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled, not too surprised. The inheritance here was obviously a sword Dao inheritance. Since he did not cultivate the sword, it was normal for him to be rejected by the light sword. Previously, he had only wanted to give it a try. Even if he could not obtain the inheritance, Lu Ming could be considered to have returned from a fruitful journey. The 3 Emperor Domain fruits and more than 100 heavenly Dao stones were all extremely useful to Lu Ming. Of course, there was also a Saint Weapon Battle Sword, which was also very valuable. Huh. Seeing Lu Ming being pushed back by the light sword, Wang Xiao laughed in his heart and urged the rear to charge forward. He and Luo Xiang approached the Sword of Light at almost the same time. Luo Xiang, you want to compete with me? Dream on. A small squirrel appeared in Wang Xiao's hand. Sword Rat. Luo Xiang's expression changed. Go attack him. Wang Xiao stared at Luo Xiang. Squeak, squeak. The squirrel squeaked and revealed a look of fear. Wang Xiao, this place is filled with powerful sword chi. By asking the sword rat to attack me, you are asking it to die. Luo Xiang said. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Wang Xiao could not be bothered with Luo Xiang's words as he stared at the sword rat with murderous intent. Squeak, squeak. The sword rat was so frightened that its body trembled. It then nodded as a look of sorrow flashed across its eyes. With a swoosh, it charged towards Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang was the same as Wang Xiao. He needed to use all his strength to resist the sword chi and could not free himself to attack. Bang! The sword rat bombarded Luo Xiang's protective True Yuan and domain, causing Luo Xiang's body to tremble as he retreated. But that sword rat was also exposed to the endless sword chi. The sword rat wailed and turned into ashes under the sword chi. Haha, I finally seized the opportunity. Wang Xiao laughed. and grabbed the lightsaber. The inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao grabbed the lightsaber with excitement in his eyes. He naturally saw that Lu Ming was repelled by the lightsaber because Lu Ming was not a sword cultivator and was naturally unable to obtain the approval of the lightsaber. But he was a pure sword cultivator who had practiced the sword since he was young and was a famous genius in the Nine Heaven Sword sect. How could he not obtain the approval of the lightsaber? But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The lightsaber buzzed for a moment as a violent force erupted. Wang Xiao was also sent flying like Lu Ming. No, how could this be? Wang Xiao was unable to believe it and let out a furious roar. He was also rejected by the lightsaber. How could this be? Sword cultivators should be brave, persistent, decisive, sharp, and daring to act. But you're despicable and shameless. Wang Xiao, you are not worthy of using a sword. Luo Xiang's indifferent voice sounded out. Bang! Bang! Subsequently, Luo Xiang took a few steps forward and arrived before the lightsaber. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the lightsaber. When Luo Xiang grabbed the lightsaber was unusually quiet. The powerful sword chi vanished without a trace in an instant, and it was like a docile pet. Luo Xiang has obtained the approval of the lightsaber. A young man said, Impossible, the inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao could not accept this fact. He roared angrily and pounced at Luo Xiang. Buzz! The lightsaber shook and released a powerful sword chi that sent Wang Xiao flying. Then, the lightsaber flashed and disappeared into the space between Luo Xiang's eyebrows. Whoosh! Luo Xiang jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out. At this moment, the sword pagoda began to shake. Let's go! Lu Ming jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out of the pagoda. The others also rushed out of the pagoda one by one, including Wang Xiao. However, his face was extremely gloomy. Buzz! The sword pagoda shook. Then, a rainbow bridge broke through the sky and rushed into the boundless void, joining the other two rainbow bridges. In the distance, a sword light flashed and flew into the distance. It was Luo Xiang. He had just obtained the inheritance and needed time to digest it. Luo Xiang, don't even think about obtaining the sword principal inheritance. Wang Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. He turned into a sword light and chased after Luo Xiang. Lu Ming shook his head. Wang Xiao was a narrow-minded person. No wonder he could not obtain the sword principal inheritance. He was far inferior compared to Luo Xiang. Lu Ming did not care about this matter and stepped out. Soon, Lu Ming rushed out of the sword-tail disc and returned to where he came from. Lu Ming did not care much about the inheritance here. He had the inheritance of the 9 dragons and the Chaos Emperor. The 9 dragons and the Chaos Emperor were the pinnacle experts in the world. Even among the great emperors, they were at the peak. Lu Ming did not care about these small inheritances at all. Even if he obtained them, they would not be of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted more treasures, such as the Heavenly Law Stone. These were of great use to Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming found Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao. Lu Ming, how is the inheritance? Xiao Yingying asked curiously. Chapter 1434. He was taken away by Luo Xiang. Lu Ming smiled. Luo Xiang, the peerless genius from the Life and Death Sword sect. Xiao Yingying's eyes flickered. You know him? Lu Ming asked. Xiao Yingying nodded and said, My brother and I have been in the Yuan continent for 2 years. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. In these 2 years, besides cultivating, we have not been idle. We have investigated some of the major forces in the Tsang continent and some of the outstanding geniuses. The Life and Death Sword sect is a special existence among the 13 top sections. The other sects have many disciples, but the Life and Death Sword sect has very few disciples. They are very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the Life and Death Sword sect had the least number of people entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. And this Luo Xiang is the most terrifying genius in the Life and Death Sword sect. It is said that he started practicing swordsmanship when he was 6 reached the spiritual sea realm when he was 7, and reached the peak of the Supreme Being when he was 9. Xianxia said, started practicing swordsmanship when he was 6, and reached the peak of the Supreme Being when he was 9. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This kind of cultivation speed was too fast. It was unimaginable. Although they were in the Yuan continent, it was too shocking. Lu Ming had obtained the 9 Dragons bloodline, so his cultivation speed was already very shocking. However, it took him more than 10 years to reach his current level. Although Luo Xiang's talent is not bad, he looks like he is in his 20s. Is not that exaggerated? Lu Ming was puzzled. This is the most terrifying thing about Luo Xiang. It is said that he could have broken through to the Emperor realm long ago, but he has been suppressing himself at the peak of the Supreme Being. His goal is to nurture his sword soul and train his heart of the sword. He has been suppressing himself for 15 years. Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shock. In order to nurture his sword soul and train his heart of the sword, he was willing to suppress himself at the same realm for 15 years. This kind of person was too terrifying. Now that Luo Xiang had broken through and obtained the sword or inheritance, he would definitely rise in the future and become an absolutely terrifying person. Lu Ming secretly remembered Luo Xiang's name in his heart. Disregarding everything else, just his temperament alone was worthy of respect. Lu Ming asked himself if he would be able to suppress his cultivation level for 15 years. However, everyone's path was different. Lu Ming had his own path. Lu Ming's path might not be suitable for him. After chatting for a while, they left. Following that, the entire secret realm became even more lively. Everyone was searching for the remaining inheritances. Days passed. In the secret territory, there was a sea of blood. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Suddenly, a silhouette soared into the sky and stood above the sea of blood. This person was none other than the leader of Dragon God Valley, Yu Wang. Within the sea of blood, a rainbow bridge soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. The 4th inheritance had appeared. In the middle of a sea of flowers, a peerlessly beautiful woman stood in the middle. Her entire body shone with a resplendent light. The light emitted by the sea of flowers converged into a rainbow bridge that rushed into the void. The 5th inheritance had appeared. There was also a rainbow bridge in the middle of a desert. The 6th inheritance. In an ancient divine palace, a young man was bathed in the divine light and disappeared after a while. When he rushed out of the divine palace, a rainbow bridge soared into the sky above the divine palace. The 7th inheritance had appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared beside the young man and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Senior Brother Shi, for obtaining the inheritance. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsang's palace is about to appear. This time, Emperor Tsang's treasures belong to our heavenly god sect. The young man spoke with a majestic tone, as if he was a deity speaking. Emperor Tsang's treasures belong to our heavenly god sect. The other young men spoke one after another. At this moment, everyone in the secret territory looked at the void. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsang's palace is about to appear. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xiaohao stood against the wind and looked at the void. During this period of time, they had also been searching for the inheritances. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out as they did not find any of the inheritances. High up in the sky, 7 rainbow bridges rushed into the void from all directions and gathered in one place. The entire Great Emperor's secret territory could see it. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion at the place where the rainbow bridges gathered. Following that, the cry of an eagle resounded through the heavens and earth. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a huge object that was about to break through the void. Emperor Tsang's palace is about to appear. Charge! I want to seize the opportunity. I didn't get any of the 7 inheritances. Emperor Tsang's inheritance is mine. One by one, figures flew into the sky from all directions and rushed towards the place where the rainbow bridges gathered. Looking from below, the scene was very majestic. Countless figures were densely packed together and gathered in one place. It was very exciting. "Let's go too," Lu Ming said. Then they soared into the sky and flew toward the sky. At this moment, another cry of an eagle resounded through the sky. Rumble. The void shattered as a huge object broke free from the void and slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was an eagle, an extremely huge eagle. To be precise, it was a building in the shape of an eagle. From afar, it looked very lifelike, and a vast aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. Was this Emperor Tsong's palace? Everyone's eyes lit up. Legend had it that Emperor Tsong had become an emperor as an eagle. He was a supreme Fey emperor. There are a lot fewer people, Xiao Yingying said softly. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, when they entered the great emperor's secret territory, there were more than 300,000 people. But now, there were less than 200,000 people here. Almost all of the others had died. More than 100,000 people had died. What a shocking number. The great emperor's secret territory had great opportunities, but it was also accompanied by great dangers. For example, at the Sword Dao inheritance ground, at least 10,000 people had died under the sword-tail disc. Rumble. A moment later, a huge eagle appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was huge, too huge. The eagle covered the sky, and they couldn't see the end of it. The entire eagle was black and shiny. No one knew what material it was made of. Where's the entrance? Everyone was looking, but they couldn't see an entrance. The eagle's body was bare. Obviously, it couldn't be the real palace. The real palace must be inside the eagle. Caw! At this moment, the eagle's cry resounded through the sky. Everyone saw the eagle's mouth open, revealing a black passage. Could this be the passage to Emperor Tsong's palace? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, some people gritted their teeth and rushed towards the eagle's mouth. Chapter 1435. Charge! Charge! Once someone made a move, the others could no longer hold back and rushed towards the goshawk's mouth. Swoosh! 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 The crowd swarmed toward the goshawk's mouth like a swarm of bees. Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, and Xiao Hao followed the crowd and charged toward the goshawk's mouth. The people at the front had already rushed into the goshawk's mouth and were not in danger. Seeing that nothing was wrong, the people at the back rushed forward even more crazily. Who knew if they would get some supreme treasure if they went in first? Naturally, the crowd was going crazy. Whoosh! Lu Ming was flying. Behind him, a terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Without even looking, he struck back with his palm and collided with the palm print behind him. Boom! The force was rampant. Lu Ming twisted his body and looked behind him. A young man in a white robe glanced at Lu Ming coldly and then sped forward. Someone from the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, the white-robed young man from the Heavenly God sect wanted to kill him, and Sneak attacked him from behind when he was not paying attention. Xianxia from the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming whispered in a cold voice. They continued to fly. Soon, Lu Ming and the others also flew into the passage. The goshawk was very large, so the passage was also very large. A large group of people flew in, but it was not crowded at all. At this moment, there was a shrill scream in front of them. What's going on? There's danger in front, someone exclaimed. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, there was an ear-piercing sound in front of them. Moreover, this sound was coming from afar. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, on the walls of the passage on both sides of Lu Ming and the others, streaks of black light shot out rapidly. Immediately, someone screamed as his body was pierced by the black light and died. Defend! Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession, destroying dozens of black rays of light. Lu Ming could clearly see that this jet black light was not solid, but its power was astonishing. Its penetrative power was terrifying. Many people revolved their true essence to defend themselves, but it was useless. The jet black light pierced through them. Those below Emperor level, please withdraw. Those below Emperor level, please withdraw. Someone shouted. Those below rulers could not block these lights at all and would be shot to death. Screams rang out continuously as people were shot to death. Inside the passageway, a series of domains spread out. Those who had broken through to become rulers had to use their domains and vital essence to protect their bodies to barely block the black light's attack. The feather robe on Xiao Yingying's body glowed and covered her whole body, blocking the light around her. As for Qiu Hao, a golden bell floated above his head. It scattered a light screen and easily blocked the light. As for Lu Ming, he was enveloped by the primal chaos domain. That kind of light could not touch him at all. No one flinched and continued to fly forward. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Nonetheless, most of them were supreme venerables. Only a few rulers were shot to death here if they were careless. However, as they continued to move forward, the power of the jet black light slowly became stronger. In the beginning, it shot out from the left and right sides, but later on, endless jet black light shot out from all directions. Its power was astonishing. Gradually, some of the rulers showed signs of being unable to withstand it. This passageway was very long. They flew for thousands of miles, but they still did not reach the end. Damn it, I'm not satisfied. Someone roared because he was about to be unable to withstand it. If they continued forward, they would die. They could only retreat unwillingly. As they continued forward, it became more and more difficult to walk. However, Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, and Xiao Hao were very relaxed. Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao's treasures were sacred weapons. Their defensive power was astonishing and unfathomable. Naturally, this attracted the attention of others. What a mysterious treasure. If I can get it, I can enter Emperor Tsang's chamber. Greed flashed in someone's eyes. Many people gathered around the three of them. How can the likes of you enjoy such a treasure? Give it to me. A young man with a cold gaze threw a palm at Xiao Hao. Buzz. The golden bell above Xiao Hao's head vibrated, and an invisible ripple spread out and rushed toward the young man. The young man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. What a mysterious treasure. It must be a sacred weapon. Hand it over. Kill. The other young man took a step forward and charged towards Xiao Hao. A few others attacked Xiao Yingying. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and strode forward. He stretched out his hand and punched at the young man. Brat, it's good that I didn't look for you. Meddling in other people's business. Die. A young man said coldly and punched at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched out, and a violent fist force crushed the young man. The young man screamed and flew back. His protective true origin and domain were shattered by Lu Ming's punch. His body was instantly penetrated by the dense jet black light, and he died on the spot. Then Lu Ming punched out a few more times, and a few more young men were sent flying. Their true origin and domain were penetrated by Lu Ming, and they all died under the jet black light. The remaining young men's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He could completely crush them. At this moment, an extremely sharp force attacked Lu Ming from behind Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard it, he knew that it was sword chi. It was extremely sharp, and the person who attacked was shockingly strong. Whoosh! Lu Ming activated the wind origin technique. At the critical moment, he moved 1 meter to the side and dodged the sword. It's you again. When he saw the person who attacked him, Lu Ming's killing intent surged. This person was the white-robed young man from the Celestial God sect who had attacked Lu Ming outside the passage. You're lucky. After his attack failed, the white-robed young man retreated and wanted to retreat. You've attacked me repeatedly, and now you want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Lu Ming said coldly. The aura on his body surged. He took a step forward and rushed toward the white-robed young man. The black light did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming rushing toward him, the white-robed young man's face changed, and he quickly rushed forward. However, his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ming was already close to him. Brat, how dare you attack me? I'm an elder of the Celestial God sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the white-robed young man turned around and shouted at Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming charged toward him. This person is so naive. He had attacked Lu Ming repeatedly, trying to kill Lu Ming. Now he wants to threaten Lu Ming with the person behind him. Isn't he stupid? The white-robed young man swallowed his words when he saw Lu Ming's punch. He could only try his best to defend himself. Rays of sword light shot out from his hand with shocking power. This person should have an innate spiritual body. His cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer martial royal realm. His combat strength was not bad, but unfortunately he was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Chapter 1436. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the white-robed young man. He then threw a kick at him. Bang! The white-robed young man's protective true energy and domain were shattered by Lu Ming's kick. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot toward the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man tried his best to defend himself. Fortunately, he had an innate spiritual body and had evolved into an inferior earth spiritual body. He managed to survive after a hole was made in his body. However, Lu Ming charged toward him again. Bang! Lu Ming reached out his claw and pierced through the white-robed young man's domain. He then grabbed the white-robed young man's neck and almost shattered his true energy. Naturally, his true yuan and domain disappeared without a trace. Help! The white-robed young man screamed in fear as countless rays of black light shot toward him. Lu Ming activated his chaotic domain and covered the white-robed young man, blocking the rays of black light. The white-robed young man took a deep breath and said, Lu Ming, let me go. My uncle is an elder of the Heavenly God sect. If you kill me, nonsense. Lu Ming shouted coldly as a murderous intent burst out from his body. The white-robed young man swallowed his words. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. It's the white-robed young man was about to answer when a voice came from the other side. You better let him go. A few young men walked out from the passage. The young man leading the group was tall and slender. His eyes were bright like a deity, and his aura was intimidating. The aura of the second layer, martial royal realm, spread out from his body. There were two other young men behind the young man. They were both at the peak of the first layer, martial royal realm. Their domains covered the area, and the rays of black light could not harm them. That's the leader of the Heavenly God sect, Xianxia. Some people passed by and whispered to each other. They then rushed forward and left the place. Senior brother Xianxia, save me. The white-robed young man screamed when he saw Xianxia. Brat, quickly release me. Otherwise, senior brother Xianxia will definitely put you in a life and death situation. Then, the white-robed young man scolded Lu Ming again, his arrogance rising again. Really? Lu Ming sneered. He lifted the white-robed youth and sent him out of the range of the domain. Instantly, 7 or 8 black beams of light pierced through the white-robed youth's body, causing him to bleed profusely. He let out a miserable scream. Brat, you're courting death. How dare you? Behind Xianxia, the two youths berated. Boom! Xianxia stepped forward. His powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming as he said coldly, I said, let him go. His tone carried an air of superiority as he ordered Lu Ming. Who do you think you are? Furthermore, this person has ambushed me time and time again. He is dead for sure. Lu Ming said coldly. Xianxia's eyes were dark as he said, if you kill him, I'll definitely kill you. Really? Lu Ming wore a ferocious expression on his face as the murderous intent on his body grew colder. No. The white-robed young man retreated in horror. Boom! The power in Lu Ming's hand suddenly erupted and drowned the white-robed young man. Under Lu Ming's terrifying power, the white-robed young man's body was smashed into pieces. Dying. At this moment, Xianxia's murderous intent exploded. His body was bathed in a sacred radiance. He took a step forward and the void rumbled. Xianxia raised his hand and pressed down. A huge sacred palm pressed down on Lu Ming. Petty tricks, Lu Ming sneered. He also took a step forward and threw out a palm. A chaotic palm blasted out and faced Xianxia head-on. The two palms collided with each other. resulting in a brilliant explosion. A shock wave spread out from the collision, shattering the pitch-black light in the surroundings. Bam! In the next moment, Shi Tian's sacred palm print collapsed. The chaotic palm print did not stop as it continued to attack Shi Tian. Shi Tian's expression changed. The sacred radiance on his body became even brighter, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Spear of divine punishment. Shi Tian shouted softly. The sacred spear cut through the void, seemingly able to penetrate everything in the world. It pierced toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Shi Tian's cultivation had reached the second realm of the martial royal realm, and he had cultivated a medium earth spiritual body. His battle strength was shocking, and he was on the same level as Yu, Wang Xiao, and Luo Xiang. Among the geniuses who had entered the great emperor mystic realm, he stood at the peak. Not many people could withstand this move of his. However, he met Lu Ming. The chaotic domain covered him. Lu Ming used the suppressing hell skill and punched out. The suppressing hell monument's shadow flashed on his fist, and it directly hit the tip of the sacred spear. Dang! A deafening sound rang out. Shi Tian's sacred spear trembled violently. A terrifying power flowed through the spear and into Shi Tian's arm, causing his body to tremble. Bam! In the next moment, the sacred spear exploded. Shi Tian's body shook, and he retreated a few hundred meters. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How can this be? The other two youths were dumbfounded. Even Shi Tian's battle strength was not Lu Ming's match. How could this be possible? Let's go. Shi Tian did not say a word and turned to leave. You think you can come and go as you wish? How can it be so easy? Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward and activated the wind origin technique. He instantly closed in on Shi Tian. A terrifying fist force blasted towards Shi Tian. Shi Tian roared angrily and used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. However, although he was strong, he was still inferior to Lu Ming. In less than 10 moves, he was beaten by Lu Ming until he vomited blood. Senior Shi Tian, we will avenge you. When the other youth saw this scene, he was so frightened that he left behind a sentence and charged forward with all his might, escaping without a trace. Hee, these are your senior and junior brothers? Lu Ming mocked. Shi Tian roared angrily and tried his best to resist. However, under Lu Ming's chaotic domain, he was forced to retreat. Die! Lu Ming's punch broke through Shi Tian's defense and was about to kill him. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Shi Tian's body. A shadow appeared on Shi Tian's body, and an invisible force burst out. This is Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This force was very similar to the light sword that Lu Ming faced in the Sword Pagoda. That was the same level of power. Bang! Lu Ming was hit by this force, and his body flew backward. Lu Ming, I will definitely kill you next time. Shi Tian left behind a sentence and rushed into the depths of the passage. It turns out that Shi Tian has also obtained an inheritance. Lu Ming frowned. Shi Tian should have also obtained an inheritance, as he had just obtained the inheritance and had not refined it. This inheritance had the function of automatically protecting its owner. If it was refined, this function would disappear. Next time, if the inheritance cannot protect its owner, I will definitely kill you. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xiao Ying stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Let's go. Chapter 1437. They continued to move forward. Although the black light in this passage was very powerful, it was mainly a threat to supremes or some weak emperors. The stronger ones could still block it. The three of them walked for another 1,000 miles or so and finally reached the end. The passage disappeared. In front of them was a flat land, but it was filled with gray fog. The fog drifted, greatly affecting one's vision. Some of the young men rushed into the mist and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two did not hesitate and rushed into the fog. The fog was quiet. There was no sound at all, as if there were no living creatures. It was dead silent. Vaguely, only the heartbeats of the three people could be heard. However, after walking for a while, only one of the three people's heartbeats could be heard. Lu Ming turned his head and saw that Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao had disappeared. What's going on? Just a moment ago, Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao had been following behind him. Why did they suddenly disappear? Yingying, brother Xiao, Lu Ming called out. His voice spread far and wide, but there was no response. Lu Ming searched for a while, but he did not see anyone. Just now, many young men had rushed in, but now he did not see anyone. Could it be a formation? No, it's not a formation, Lu Ming observed carefully. There was no formation here at all. This area is very strange. It can affect one's senses. Perhaps they're not far away from me, but we're ignoring each other. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were many wonderful places in the world. No one had set up a formation, but they had functions that were even more mysterious than a formation. It seems that we can only meet up after walking out of this area. Thinking of this, Lu Ming determined the direction and walked straight ahead. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped. He found that there was an invisible energy around him that was seeping into his body and slowly attacking his soul. Yes, there was an invisible energy here that could attack his soul. Even his primal chaos domain could not defend against it. Luckily, Lu Ming's soul had been refined inside the World Alchemy Calamity Bell when he was overcoming the Martial Dominator Tribulation, allowing him to strengthen his soul by more than 10 times. The attack was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and continued forward. Along the way, he noticed that there were many craters on the ground. Some of the craters looked like palm prints. Could it be that in the distant past, there was a great battle here? Lu Ming guessed. Bang! Lu Ming punched the ground, but the ground didn't move at all. There wasn't a single mark. So hard. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The ground here was made from a kind of strange metal. It was tough and indestructible. Even with Lu Ming's strength, he couldn't leave a single mark on it. The thing that left the craters on the ground was definitely a terrifying existence. As Lu Ming continued forward, he found that the energy attacking his soul was getting stronger. Although it was nothing to Lu Ming's current soul strength, it was definitely a great challenge for the other geniuses. There's a strong fluctuation ahead. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that there was a strong fluctuation coming from ahead. It seemed like there was an expert cultivating ahead. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He withdrew his aura and decided to go forward to take a look. Soon, a giant object appeared ahead. It was an eagle, a giant eagle. It was covered in golden feathers and was as big as a mountain. That kind of fluctuation was coming from this giant eagle. However, the giant golden eagle was obviously dead. There was no sign of life on it. However, the fluctuation was indeed terrifying. The closer he got, the scarier Lu Ming felt. The aura of a Saint Realm expert. Moreover, the fluctuation is more profound than that of an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming had sensed the aura of a heavenly mystic saint and the aura of Dragon God Valley's Elder Hong. However, they were nothing compared to this giant golden eagle. This giant golden eagle was definitely not just a bright saint, but a great saint or absolute saint when it was alive. There's a word. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that there was a word under one of the giant golden eagle's wings. It was the word evil. Evil. What did it mean? Lu Ming didn't know. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't see any wounds around the giant eagle's body. He didn't know how it died. I wonder if I can keep this giant eagle. It's full of treasures, Lu Ming thought. He took out a higher quality storage ring and activated his True Yuan. He let the storage ring fly above the giant eagle. A gravitational force was generated from the storage ring. To Lu Ming's surprise, Lu Ming easily put away the giant eagle's body. Haha, I've made a fortune. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and continued forward. This area was dead silent. It was as if Lu Ming was the only one in this vast world. This feeling would drive one crazy if one stayed here for too long. Moreover, there was an invisible energy that kept seeping into Lu Ming's body and attacking his soul. After walking for a long time, when Lu Ming took a step forward, the environment around him changed drastically. The fog disappeared, and Lu Ming came to a platform. One step away, so close yet so far away. He walked out of the fog, just like that. Voices came from ahead. Lu Ming looked and found that many people had gathered here. Xiao Ying, Xiao Hao. Lu Ming saw the two of them at a glance. Lu Ming. The two of them saw Lu Ming and walked over happily. When did you pass through the fog? Lu Ming asked. We just arrived a while ago. Xiao Ying explained. The two of them had encountered the same thing as Lu Ming. After walking into the fog, they were separated from the others. It was as if they were the only ones left in the world. There was also the energy that attacked the soul. They gritted their teeth and walked forward. They did not expect to pass through the fog so smoothly. However, they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched the giant eagle's body, but they did not touch anything. Lu Ming. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. Three young men walked over and greeted Lu Ming. It was the three Ruan brothers. The three Ruan brothers were telepathic. When they joined forces, their strength was not weak. After entering the great Emperor Mystic Realm, they had successfully broken through to the Martial Emperor Realm. It was not strange for them to come here. What's going on in front? Lu Ming's gaze looked ahead. Many people stopped in front of him. It seemed that they were blocked. There's an abyss in front. It's blocking the way. Xiao Ying explained. Lu Ming walked closer to take a look. It was indeed an abyss that was 100 miles wide. There was a terrifying, devouring force under the abyss. Once a person flew into the abyss, they would be swallowed and fall into the abyss. No one could escape. Chapter 1438. Lu Ming walked forward and found a stone bridge. This stone bridge led to the other side of the abyss. That's the Heavenly Path Stone. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of shock. That was because the stone bridge was covered with Heavenly Path Stones. At a glance, he did not know how many of them there were. Countless Heavenly Path Stones formed a stone bridge that was 100 miles long, leading to the other side of the abyss. Heavens, how many Heavenly Path Stones were there? His heart twitched violently. Was this the work of the Arch? It was too shocking. The Heavenly Path Stones on the stone bridge can't be dug out at all. Someone tried before, but he was knocked down into the abyss. The eldest of the three Ruan brothers, Ruan Tian, explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had guessed that. Otherwise, with so many Heavenly Path Stones in front of them, this place would have been flooded with blood. Many young people gathered at the head of the bridge, looking at the stone bridge with worried faces. Someone is on the bridge again. Xiao Ying whispered. At the head of the bridge, a young man stepped on the stone bridge. When he stepped on the stone bridge, his body trembled slightly as if he was under a terrifying pressure, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. After a while, his body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. He hurriedly retreated from the stone bridge and let out a long breath. It still doesn't work. The young man sighed. What a piece of trash. Let me do it. A cold voice sounded. A young man walked out of the crowd and stepped on the stone bridge. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wang Xiao's body emitted a sharp aura, like a sharp divine sword that could cut through everything. He walked forward step by step at a very fast speed. Soon, he had crossed more than half the distance. After crossing more than half the distance, he gradually slowed down, but it did not take long for him to cross the 100-mile stone bridge and disappear from everyone's sight. A leader is indeed powerful. Only prodigies with at least an inferior earth spirit body can cross this stone bridge. The Heavenly Path Qian, it is too powerful. Many people sighed. It's because of the Heavenly Path Qi. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were too many Heavenly Path Stones on the stone bridge. The Heavenly Path Qi on the stone bridge was definitely terrifying. The Heavenly Path Qi was very useful for martial artists and inscriptionists. It could be used to comprehend the path and improve one's cultivation. However, this was referring to the Heavenly Tao aura. Within a certain range of concentration, if the Heavenly Tao aura was too concentrated, not only would it not be beneficial, it would instead be harmful. The powerful Heavenly Tao aura could crush people to death. Damn it, it wasn't easy for me to enter the Gray Emperor's palace. Could it be that I'm going to be blocked by a stone bridge, just like that? But now, their path was blocked by a stone bridge. They were truly unwilling to accept this. More and more people tried, but most of them failed. Some tried to force their way through, but they were crushed to death and fell into the endless abyss. I'll give a try. Lu Ming stepped forward. Xiao Yingying, Ruan Tian, and the others did not stop him. They knew how strong Lu Ming was. The stone bridge could not do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and covered his body with the primal chaos domain. What a rich heavenly path chi! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The heavenly path chi here was too strong. It was many times stronger than the heavenly path marks that Lu Ming had faced before. This strength was far beyond what they could bear. Not only could they not comprehend the path, but there was also a strong pressure on his body. This was the pressure of the heavenly path. However, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain shook, and the heavenly path chi disappeared without a trace. Everything in the world comes from the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos domain is the emperor of thousands of domains. The heavenly path chi is useless against the primal chaos domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he continued forward. The stone bridge was very narrow, only allowing one person pass. Lu Ming strode forward and soon crossed half of the bridge. However, at this time, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and went back the way he came. What's that guy doing? I saw that he was relaxed just now. I thought he would be able to pass. Why is he going back now? It didn't mean anything at the beginning. Maybe he was relaxed because he was going all out. It's normal for him to be tired now. That's true. After all, this stone bridge is not something that anyone can cross. Lu Ming's actions caused some people to discuss. Xiao Yingying, Xiao Hao, and the others were also surprised. Based on their understanding of Lu Ming, with Lu Ming's strength, it should not be a problem for him to cross the stone bridge. Why did he go back the way he came? Soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the bridge. Yingying, Brother Xiao, come up. I'll bring you over. Lu Ming said. What? Xiao Yingying, Xiao Hao, and the three Ruan brothers were stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming was going to bring someone over? How is that possible? It was difficult for others to cross alone. Even a prodigy like Wang Xiao had difficulty crossing the second half of the bridge. Now, Lu Ming said that he was going to bring someone over. It was unbelievable. Yingying, Lu Ming called again. Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao finally reacted. Ah, okay. Xiao Yingying was the first to step forward. She walked in front of Lu Ming, and Xiao Hao stood behind Lu Ming. Stepping on the stone bridge meant that one's life was in danger, but they chose to believe in Lu Ming. Along the way, Lu Ming had brought them too many miracles. Brother Ruan, I'll send Yingying and the others over first. I'll find you later. Lu Ming said to Ruan Tian. Ah, okay. Ruan Tian nodded in a daze. Let's go. The chaotic domain enveloped Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao as the three of them stepped onto the stone bridge. Although the chaotic domain was magical, it was only level 1 now. Moreover, the stone bridge was very narrow and could only accommodate one person. Therefore, Lu Ming could not bring too many people at once. He could only bring 2 or 3 people. Therefore, he planned to send the 3 Ruan brothers over after sending Xiao Yingying and the others over. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. Some people sneered, thinking that Lu Ming would play with fire and burn himself. Lu Ming and the other 2 stepped onto the stone bridge. The powerful heavenly path aura outside pressed down on the chaotic domain, causing it to tremble. However, it resisted in the end. The 3 of them walked forward step by step. Soon, they surpassed the distance Lu Ming had walked and continued forward. Soon, the 3 of them successfully reached the other side. He did it. This person can actually bring people over. Unbelievable. This person must have some kind of treasure that can resist the heavenly path aura. Chapter 1439. Look, he's back. Someone shouted. In front of the stone bridge, a figure stepped forward. It was Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the starting point. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a young man with fiery eyes. Brat, bring me over now. This young man was the one who sneered the most, thinking that Lu Ming would die on the bridge. Now that he saw that Lu Ming could really bring people over, he was the first to rush forward. Me too. Bring me over. Bring me. One by one, the young men stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming. I'm not free. Lu Ming glanced around indifferently. What do you mean by that? Not free. Today, even if you're not free, you have to be free. If you don't bring me over, don't go over yourself today. The young man who spoke first had a cold expression on his face. A cold aura locked onto Lu Ming. The others also had unfriendly expressions. Indeed, you want to go over and get the great emperor's treasure. How dare you leave us here? Someone spoke, which almost made Lu Ming laugh. You don't have the ability to go over, yet you're blaming Lu Ming. If you can't get it, you can't let Lu Ming get it either. Get lost, Lu Ming roared. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't help but retreat. Everyone, let's join forces. With so many of us, we can take him down. Let's control him and let him send us over one by one. The young man who spoke first yelled. Boom, boom, boom. Auras burst out. There were at least a few hundred people present. Each of them stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Their auras suppressed Lu Ming. How can you people be like this? How can you force us to bring him or not? Lu Ming, don't worry about us. You crossed the bridge first. Ruan Tian's deep voice resounded. Brat, surrender obediently. If you cross the bridge alone, your friends will fall into the endless abyss. The young man who spoke first said coldly. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the young man and said, You brought this upon yourself. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the young man. The young man's face fell, and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming waved his hand, and his primal chaos domain spread out, forming a giant primal chaos hand that crushed the young man's defenses and grabbed him. Let go of me. What are you doing? Let me warn you. My senior brother is the leader of the Heaven King Palace. The young man shouted, threatening Lu Ming. I'll send you down to the abyss to play. Lu Ming sneered. You dare? Everyone, let's attack together and take him down. The young man roared loudly, encouraging the others. Put him down. You're courting death. More than 10 people roared as they charged at Lu Ming. More than 10 attacks fell on Lu Ming. Lightning Element Technique. Lu Ming transformed his primal chaos domain into a lightning domain and executed the lightning element technique. 10 lightning spears appeared in the air and pierced through the air. Puff, puff. More than 10 young men were penetrated by the lightning spears and died on the spot, killing more than 10 first-layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivators with a single attack, causing the others to be dumbfounded. They finally realized that not only was Lu Ming able to cross the bridge by himself, he was also able to bring people over with him. After killing more than 10 young men, as an example, the others did not dare to attack. Lu Ming grabbed the young man's hand and pulled him out of the abyss. No, the young man screamed as he stared at the abyss below him. I'll send you down, Lu Ming said coldly as he reached out his hand. The young man was immediately devoured by the devouring force of the abyss and fell into the abyss. Only cries of agony could be heard. Who else wants to go down? I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming scanned the crowd. No one dared to make sound. Lu Ming's combat strength was more than enough to crush them. Brother Yuan, let's get on the bridge, Lu Ming said. The 3 Yuan brothers nodded. They stood in a row with Lu Ming and moved forward. Soon, they crossed the stone bridge. In front of the stone bridge was a stone wall that blocked the way. The stone wall was indestructible and could not be broken. There was a light door on the stone wall. It was the only way out. Those who had crossed the bridge had obviously left through this light door. Let's go in, Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and stepped into the light door together. The space trembled. In the next moment, Lu Ming arrived in a stone room. Lu Ming looked around and found that he was the only one in the stone room. Xianxia and the others were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the door was a teleportation portal. They had been teleported here and scattered. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a sharp qi slashing at Lu Ming. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. However, the sharp qi was also shockingly fast. It followed Lu Ming and slashed at him. What's that? Lu Ming frowned. He could only vaguely see a black light slashing at him. As for what it was too fast for him to see clearly. Get lost! Lu Ming yelled and threw a punch at him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Lu Ming's violent fist force crushed forward and finally repelled the thing that was slashing at him. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. A pair of wings. A pair of black wings. They were not the wings of a monster, but made of strange metal. Every single feather on the wings was black and shiny. They were filled with sharpness, like sharp divine swords. Lu Ming thought of Hai Pantheon from the continent of divine ruins. Hai Pantheon also had a pair of wings, which was an emperor's spiritual weapon. However, that pair of wings was trash compared to the one in front of him. The pair in front of him was a divine weapon. Lu Ming took a liking to her at first glance. I'm lucky to encounter a divine weapon as soon as I teleported here. Lu Ming smiled. He stepped forward and pounced at the black wings. He reached out his hand and was about to grab the black wings. Whoosh! The black wings spread open and slashed at Lu Ming like two divine swords. They were extremely sharp. Lu Ming punched and used the heaven-suppressing hell skill. He covered it with the chaotic field and bombarded the wings. With a clang, the wings were sent flying again. Whoosh! After the wings were sent flying, they flapped and tried to escape. You have some intelligence. However, you can't escape from me. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand. The chaotic field exploded and covered the entire stone room. No matter how the black wings flew, they could not escape from the chaotic field. Shrink! The chaotic field began to shrink and finally trapped the black wings. Refine! Then, Lu Ming's ethereal force surged into the black wings and began to refine them. Chapter 1440. So, it's the sacred weapon of Ming. Black wings. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The sacred weapon of Ming was Ming Sheng's personal weapon. Above that, there were great sacred weapons and absolute sacred weapons. After that round of refinement, Lu Ming had only grasped the basics of this winged sacred weapon. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to completely refine it. He could only slowly refine it in the future and deepen his grasp of the black wings. With a toss of the black wings automatically flew behind Lu Ming and sank into Lu Ming's back. The next moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh! On his back, the black wings spread out, making Lu Ming look as if he had grown a pair of wings out of thin air. Swoosh! With a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming circled around the stone room dozens of times before returning to his original spot. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the black wings. He had the black wings. If combined with the wind origin technique and the air frozen bead, his speed would definitely be greatly increased. At the same time, the black wings also had a powerful attack power. Moreover, the wings could wrap around the entire body and had a powerful defensive ability. This sacred weapon could be said to be one of the few sacred weapons with all kinds of functions. If sold, the price would be more than 10 times more expensive than other sacred weapons of the same level. With a thought, the black wings retracted and sank into his skin, disappearing. Next, Lu Ming looked around. Apart from the black wings and the passageway in front of him, there was nothing else in this stone room. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the passageway. Caw! Suddenly, there was a cry. At the entrance of the passageway, a huge black goshawk suddenly appeared and swooped towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. This goshawk was of course not real. It was condensed from some kind of energy. More importantly, it appeared too suddenly. Lu Ming subconsciously retreated rapidly. However, he found that the goshawk did not chase after him. Instead, it floated in the air and looked at Lu Ming. "Young man, go back. Don't continue forward. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster." The goshawk suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Lu Ming asked. "It doesn't matter who I am. Go back. There's no road ahead." The goshawk spoke again. "Disaster? No path. I don't believe it. If I don't try, how will I know that there is no path?" Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Along the way, they had encountered so many obstacles. How could Lu Ming be blocked by a goshawk? The goshawk seemed to sigh, then it flapped its wings and pounced on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming activated his primal chaos domain and punched out. The violent fist force crushed out, causing the stone room to rumble and shake. This is primal chaos domain. Goshawk cried out in surprise. Then it flapped its wings rapidly and a terrifying gale swept out. The gale collided with Lu Ming's fist, creating bursts of explosive sounds. Finally, the gale disappeared, and Lu Ming could not help but retreat a few steps. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. "It seems that I can't do it without using my full strength," Lu Ming thought to himself. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the void. It was a black shadow shrouded in black light, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on the goshawk. The black shadow and the goshawk engaged in an intense battle. "Young man, I'll hold him back. You go over." An old voice came from the black shadow. It sounded gentle and comfortable. "Don't go over. You have to hear me," the goshawk shouted. Boom! The black shadow pounced on the goshawk and launched an even more violent attack. The battle was intense. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What was going on with the goshawk and the black shadow? Was a checkpoint here? Or a test? Why did one let him go over and the other not? Maybe it's just a test. I'll pass. Lu Ming made up his mind. Since he had already come this far, it was impossible for Lu Ming to give up and leave just because of a few words from a goshawk. Whoosh! Lu Ming activated the wind origin technique, and the power of the air-frozen bead surged. Taking advantage of the gap between the goshawk and the black shadow, his figure flashed and rushed into the passage and disappeared. Boom! The goshawk and the black shadow exchanged a blow, and both retreated. Sigh! The goshawk looked at Lu Ming's back and sighed. Emperor Song, it's impossible for you to stop them. You've lost this round. A cold and harsh laughter came from the black shadow. It was completely different from the gentle voice just now. However, Lu Ming could no longer hear those words. He walked along the passage, and soon, light appeared in front of him. He had reached the end of the passage. Clang! Boom! In front of him, there was a violent explosion and the sound of metal colliding. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming slowed down and rushed over from the entrance of the passage. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, he saw a small black flag flying toward him. There was demonic chi on the small flag. Emperor-level spiritual weapon, ownerless. Lu Ming thought, "Get lost." Suddenly, there was a loud roar in front of him. It was very domineering. A huge palm that was completely formed by demonic chi grabbed at Lu Ming and the small flag. Oomph! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch, and the huge palm exploded. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the small black flag in his hand. "Kid, how dare you stop me?" A domineering voice sounded. In front of Lu Ming, a young man looked at him coldly, and his body was full of demonic chi. Lu Ming glanced at the young man and skipped over him, looking elsewhere. It was a huge hall that was incomparably spacious. In the void, there were beams of treasure light flying around. Among them, there were many young men chasing after these beams of treasure light. Emperor-level spiritual weapons, and even sacred weapons. Lu Ming was astounded. Most of the treasures flying in the air were ruler-level spiritual weapons, and there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were also saint weapons and even medicinal pills. More than 10 young men were flying in the air, chasing after the treasures. Occasionally, they would even fight one another because of the treasures. How powerful! Lu Ming discovered that these young men possessed powerful cultivations. They were all second-layer martial dominators. Lu Ming saw a few familiar faces among them. The leader of the Dragon God Valley, Hiyu. The leader of the Nine Heaven Sword Sect, Wang Xiao. The leader of the Heavenly God Sect, Shirtian. The leader of the Sword of Life and Death Sect, Luo Xiang. They were the leaders of their respective sections. Indeed, those who were able to make it here were extremely powerful. Kid, how dare you ignore me? In front of Lu Ming, the young man with a strong demonic chi pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A black finger that looked like the finger of a demon pierced through the void and stabbed in Lu Ming's direction with a terrifying might. If the finger were to hit, Lu Ming would die for sure. Such a domineering person, trying to take someone's life. Lu Ming's expression became cold as he threw out a punch. Bang! Chapter 1441. Break for me. A sinister look flashed across the eyes of the demonic youth, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He could feel a terrifying power coming from his finger. This power was like an avalanche, like an ancient divine mountain crashing into his finger. Crack! His finger made a cracking sound as it was deformed. He roared and retreated rapidly, taking more than 10 steps back as he looked at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. In the previous move, Lu Ming had broken his finger bone with a punch. After taking a look at Lu Ming, there was a trace of graveness in this person's eyes. He did not continue to attack. Instead, his figure swayed and he dashed toward an Emperor-level spirit weapon combat sword. His domain spread out and shrouded the Emperor-level spirit weapon combat sword. Suppress. At this moment, Lu Ming also made his move. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic domain spread out and suppressed the 2 Emperor-level combat weapons. Then he put them away. Is this a treasure trove? Lu Ming looked around and saw the light flying in the sky. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. In the next moment, Lu Ming made his move again without hesitation. There were more than 10 youths present, and each of them had a strong cultivation. If he continued to delay, he would not have a share. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 youths made their moves at an extremely fast speed. There were fewer and fewer lights flying in the sky as they put away the Emperor-level combat weapons. In a short time, Lu Ming had obtained 8 Emperor-level combat weapons. Get lost! Boom! In the sky, there were more people fighting. 2 youths were fighting over a saint weapon. However, the 2 of them were wary of each other. When they saw the saint weapon flying away, they stopped and chased after the saint weapon. Soon, the Emperor-level combat weapons were almost all collected. There were only a few saint weapons left in the sky and a few jade boxes flying in the sky. Those jade boxes were the fastest. They were like bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky. It was difficult to stop them. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and pounced on a saint weapon. This sacred weapon was a jade bracelet filled with dense devil chi. Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. This jade bracelet was very suitable for Xianxia. Scram! Lu Ming wasn't the only one who was interested in this jade bracelet. There were 2 other youths as well. One of them was the demonic youth who had attacked Lu Ming before. The other person was dressed in a green robe and had an evil smile on his face. The green-robed youth made a grabbing motion with his hand, and streams of green mist spread toward Lu Ming. As soon as the fog appeared, a disgusting smell filled the air. Poison gas. This poisonous gas was extremely poisonous. However, what Lu Ming was least afraid of was lethal poison. The power of devouring enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Ignoring the green mist, Lu Ming charged through it and sent a palm strike at the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth didn't expect Lu Ming to completely ignore the poisonous gas. His expression changed. He waved his hand, and a swarm of poisonous insects appeared in front of him. The poisonous insects formed a shield in front of him. Lu Ming's palm struck down, and a large number of poisonous insects exploded. The green-robed youth trembled and retreated dozens of meters. Bam! Then, Lu Ming's leg was like a steel whip, sweeping toward the young man with a sinister demonic aura, forcing him to retreat. Lu Ming's right hand grabbed the jade bracelet. Buzz, buzz! The jade bracelet in Lu Ming's hand was still vibrating nonstop. What a strong spirituality! Lu Ming was delighted. The stronger the spirituality of a sacred weapon, the higher the grade and the more precious it was. For example, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron and air-frozen pearl were definitely extraordinary. Hand over the sacred weapon, and I'll spare your life, the green-robed youth said, and stared coldly at Lu Ming. If you want to die, come here. Lu Ming's simple reply was extremely domineering. The green-robed youth's face was gloomy, and cold, killing intent emanated from his body. He was one of the 13 top forces that had entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, the leader of the Desire Poison sect. He was very strong and was good at using poison. Even the leaders of the other sects were wary of him. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in such a manner, courting death. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Ming to death. 10,000 poisons massacre. The young man in the green robe shouted coldly. His figure moved, and he pounced on Lu Ming. He waved his palm, and densely packed, poisonous insects appeared. These poisonous insects had hard carapaces on their bodies, and they constantly spurted poisonous gas from their mouths. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that these poisonous insects could actually combine. Countless poisonous insects formed a combat weapon and charged at Lu Ming. In the air, more than 10 combat weapons appeared. They were all made of poisonous insects. Some were swords, some were sabers. The similarity was that all of them were filled with poison. Devour! Lu Ming stretched out his palms. The terrifying devouring power shrouded all the poisonous insects in it. The devouring power exploded, and the dense poisonous gas was instantly absorbed by Lu Ming. The poisonous insects were also instantly sucked dry of their blood essence. Their blood fell to the ground like raindrops. What a powerful poisonous gas! After devouring so much poisonous gas, Lu Ming felt his body go numb. Lu Ming could not help but sigh at the power of the poisonous gas. This was the first time Lu Ming's body went numb from a poisonous gas. In the past, any poisonous gas would be devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power and would be refined. It would not affect Lu Ming at all. This is the Yuan continent, after all. This poisonous gas reminded Lu Ming. After all, this was the Yuan continent and not the mainland of the Divine Ruins. The laws of heaven and earth were perfect, and everything in heaven and earth was different from the mainland of the Divine Ruins. It was possible that some terrifying poisonous gas could be born here. Even the devouring power could not devour the poisonous gas. Lu Ming warned himself that he could not be careless when dealing with poisonous gas in the future. Of course, the green-robed youth's poisonous gas was nothing to Lu Ming. It only made Lu Ming's body go numb for a moment before it was refined by the devouring power. The green-robed youth looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. His poisonous gas was actually devoured by Lu Ming. How is this possible? Even experts with a much higher cultivation than him wouldn't dare to touch his poisonous gas, let alone swallow it into their bodies. You want to use this poisonous gas to poison people? Ridiculous. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and took a step forward. The terrifying, chaotic domain pressed down on the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth's face changed drastically, and he tried his best to resist. However, his poisonous gas had lost its power, and his combat strength was much weaker than the other leaders. He was crushed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain. He vomited blood, and his body flew far away. Many of his bones were broken. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battle for the sacred weapons had reached its climax. More than 10 youths fought fiercely over a few sacred weapons. In the end, the sacred weapons were taken by different people. Luo Xiang of the Life and Death Sword sect had become stronger after obtaining the Sword Dao inheritance. His sword Qi pierced through the air and cut through everything. He took a sacred weapon battle sword. Shi Tian of the Heavenly Divine sect was like a deity. He also took a sacred weapon. He of the Dragon God Valley had the Blood Dragon battle body and was extremely powerful. He also took a sacred weapon. Chapter 1442. Bang! At this moment, a flying jade box was accidentally smashed by someone. Suddenly, a palm-sized, translucent armor appeared in the air, flickering with a strange fluctuation. That's a spiritual god defensive treasure. Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the jade armor. Their eyes were burning with passion. A spiritual god defensive treasure. It's a spiritual god defensive treasure. No matter how strong a martial artist's spiritual body was, the spiritual god was the most fragile and fatal weakness of a martial artist. If one were to encounter dangers that could harm one's soul in secret realms, ruins, or forbidden lands, a spiritual god defensive treasure could save one's life. This kind of treasure was extremely difficult to refine as it was linked to one's soul. It was priceless and cannot be bought on the market. It's mine! It's mine! More than 10 young men moved at the same time and rushed toward the jade armor. Get lost! It's you! Boom! 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 More than 10 people fought fiercely. Sword chi and saber light crisscrossed. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the jade armor. For a moment, no one could get it. Whoosh! A pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. At the same time, he used the wind origin technique and disappeared. In the next moment, he broke through the obstacles and appeared near the jade armor. It's you? A young man hollered. Sacred light surged toward Lu Ming like a tide. It was the leader of the heavenly divinity sect, Xianxia. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the chaotic domain burst out. The divine energy on Xianxia's body trembled violently. His body trembled, and he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and formed a big hand to grab the jade armor. Don't even think about it. The rest of the people were engaged in a chaotic battle. However, the moment they saw Lu Ming approaching the jade armor and was about to obtain it, they attacked Lu Ming one after another. At least 5 or 6 attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. These people were the leaders of their sections. Their cultivation had reached the 2nd layer martial royal realm, and their attacks were terrifying. It was even more terrifying when they joined forces. Block it! The black wings on Lu Ming's back closed together and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, the primal chaos domain spread out and covered his entire body. Dong! Dong! An intense explosion resounded. The primal chaos domain and the black wings shook violently. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming in the end. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed the jade armor and put it into his storage ring. Hand over the treasure. Otherwise die. Cold voices rang out one after another. At least 6 auras locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced around and saw 6 youths surrounding Lu Ming. Xianxia, Hiyu, Wang Xiao, the demonic youth, the green-robed youth, and a burly youth. The others, such as Luo Xiang, stood to the side and did not make a move. I'm afraid the 6 of you aren't enough to take my life. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. And Lu Ming looked at Hiyu and said, we're from the same sect. Are you going to attack me too? This treasure isn't something you can handle. Hand it to me, and I'll report to the sect and give you a reward. Hiyu said coldly. Hand it to you? Haha, what a hypocrite. If you want it, just say it. Lu Ming mocked. Then I'll test you and see what you're made of. Hiyu said coldly. His body was filled with blood-red light, and a dragon's roar resounded. A layer of blood-red dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Bam! Hiyu took a step forward, and his entire body was like a human-shaped dragon as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His hand also became like a dragon's claw as he grabbed at Lu Ming. Blood Dragon War Body. I like to see how strong it is. Lu Ming threw out a punch. Bam! The fist collided with the dragon's claw, and there was a dull explosion. Then, Hiyu's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat continuously. This person is so strong. He can actually force Hiyu to retreat. The eyes of the surrounding youths froze. Among them, he was the strongest in close combat. No one was a match for He Yu in close combat. However, Lu Ming had forced He Yu to retreat. It was simply shocking. We'd better attack together. This person is demonic and not easy to deal with. Shi Tian said with a cold, murderous intent. Lu Ming was someone he had to kill. I think so too. He Yu, you don't have any objections, right? Wang Xiao said and looked at He Yu. It's fine. This person has no respect for the law and even dares to hurt the disciples of the divine Dragon Valley. He's lawless and deserves to be killed. He Yu said coldly. Haha, so many of you against one person and you're still speaking so righteously. How despicable. A disdainful voice was heard, but it wasn't Lu Ming, but Luo Xiang. Oof. Shi Tian and the others' eyes turned cold, but they didn't say anything. Attack, Shi Tian said, and made the first move. Sacred light burst out from his body and formed a sacred spear, which he threw at Lu Ming. At the same time, Wang Xiao released sword aura from his palm. An extremely sharp sword gleam cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Following this, the young man with a sinister demonic aura and the young man in a green robe attacked at the same time. Together with He Yu, the six of them had both close combat and long-range attacks. Since they were all peerless geniuses, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary emperors. Even a fourth-layer martial royal realm expert would be killed instantly when the six of them worked together. Even a fifth-layer martial royal realm expert would have to retreat. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as he flapped his black wings and dashed toward one of them. Lu Ming wouldn't stand in the middle like a fool and be treated as a target. If they wanted to fight, they would defeat them one by one. Lu Ming chose the young man in a green robe. Among the six of them, the young man in a green robe posed the least threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged 3 of the attacks and took 2 of them head-on. He arrived in front of the young man in a green robe and activated his third bloodline. Streams of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body, further strengthening Lu Ming's strength. He reached out with his left hand and unleashed a devouring force that engulfed the young man in a green robe. At the same time, he threw a punch with his right hand. The hell-suppressing heaven skill, combined with the chaotic domain, was unleashed. Bang! The space trembled and formed a terrifying fist intent that slammed toward the young man in a green robe. The young man in a green robe's poisonous aura was devoured by the devouring force. Following this, Lu Ming's fist intent landed on him. The young man in a green robe let out a cry of agony as his body was blasted apart by Lu Ming's fist intent and turned into a cloud of green mist. The next moment, the mist gathered and tried to reform his body. The young man in a green robe spiritual body was a poisoned spiritual body among the medium earth spiritual bodies. Like a flame spiritual body, it had a strong vitality and could turn into poisonous gas to reduce the cold. Chapter 1443. Destroy. Lu Ming pressed his palm down, and the chaotic domain spread out, enveloping the green-robed youth and refining him. Save me. The green fog tumbled as the green-robed youth screamed. Of course, his voice was emitted by energy vibrations. Let him go. A loud roar was heard, and a demonic aura surged. A small pagoda with demonic aura flew out from the youth's head and rapidly grew in size, suppressing Lu Ming. Sacred weapon. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was also a sacred weapon. These people were the leaders of their respective sections. To be able to come this far, they had naturally gained a lot. Each of them had obtained a sacred weapon. The youth with the demonic aura was called Wuxia, and he came from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. His small pagoda was the sacred weapon he had obtained when he entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Although he couldn't unleash much of the power of a sacred weapon with his cultivation, it was still stronger than an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. The small pagoda grew to the size of a small mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. There was a terrifying suction force under the pagoda that seemed to want to suck Lu Ming in. Shua! The black feather wing on Lu Ming's back flapped out and rapidly grew in size. It slashed toward the small pagoda like a blade. Dang! The small pagoda shook and demonic aura tumbled as it was sent flying. However, the black feather wing was suppressed by the small pagoda and flew back. Boom! Boom! Wong! Wong! At this moment, a powerful aura arose from Hiyu, Wang Xiao, Shi Tian, and the burly youth. Each of them had a battle weapon floating out from their bodies. They were all sacred weapons. They had all used their sacred weapons to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned serious. If he didn't use his sacred weapons and fought with his own strength, Lu Ming wouldn't be afraid, even if he was surrounded by 6 experts. He might even be able to win. However, since all of them had used their sacred weapons, their strength was reduced. It would become a clash between sacred weapons. This wasn't good for Lu Ming. Wong. Lu Ming's glabella lit up, and the lightning cauldron floated out. Pung! At this moment, a sword light flashed in the sky, and a jade box was shattered. A jade talisman flew out of the jade box. Hiyu and company besieged Lu Ming, but the others were not watching the show. They were chasing after the 2 remaining jade boxes in the sky. The jade box from before contained a jade armor. It was clear that the treasure in the jade box was even more precious. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, the remaining few people began to fight over it. Hiyu, Shi Tian, and the others' faces paled. I'll spare him this time, Shi Tian said. He was the first to rush into the sky and participate in the struggle for the jade talismans. When the others saw this, they all went to fight for the jade talismans. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he didn't participate. Instead, he looked at the last jade box. This jade box was the fastest, dancing in the air like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly made a move. He clawed out with his palm, and a large hand formed to grab the jade box. However, the jade box was extremely agile, and in a flash, it dodged Lu Ming's palm. Then, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he executed the wind origin art, chasing after the jade box at lightning speed. However, the jade box emitted a bright light, and its speed suddenly increased, leaving Lu Ming in the dust. Fuck! Lu Ming cursed inwardly. How could a jade box be faster than him? Was there any justice in this world? Lu Ming chased after the jade box. On the other side, the battle for the jade talisman had already been decided. In the end, the jade talisman was obtained by a peerless woman. Shi Tian and the others' eyes flickered, but they didn't continue to fight for the jade talisman. It was obvious that they were wary of this woman. At this time, everyone's attention was on the last jade box. Then, everyone made a move. Their figures dashed toward the jade box, but the jade box was incomparably agile. It flickered in the air, evading everyone's attacks. Even when someone used a holy artifact, it was useless. I suggest that we spread out in all directions of the stone room and use our domains to envelop the stone room. This way, the jade box has nowhere to run. Someone suggested. All right, I have no objections. Let's fight for the jade box after we get it. Someone else said. Everyone had no objections. Their figures flickered, and they spread out in all directions. There were a total of 13 people. Originally, the 13 leaders of the top sex, including Lu Ming, had a total of 14 people. However, the green-robed young man was killed by Lu Ming, and now there were only 13 people left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each of the 13 cultivators unleashed a domain, which expanded rapidly and slowly shrouded the entire stone chamber. The jade box's range of movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, it had no choice but to be shrouded by the domain. Haha, it's mine. A young man was overjoyed. It was Shi Tian. In the end, the jade box was shrouded by his domain. Come here, Shi Tian shouted, and his domain shrunk rapidly. The jade box glowed and tried to escape. Then, with a bang, the jade box exploded, and the thing inside was revealed. It was actually a pill. On it, there was a bright fluorescent light, and a strange phenomenon appeared, surrounded by the aura of the Great Tao. When they saw the pill, everyone's eyes widened. The Breakthrough Sage Pill, it's the Breakthrough Sage Pill. This Breakthrough Sage Pill is mine. Wuxia was the first to shout. The others also revealed a blazing light in their eyes. It was the breakthrough sage pill. Even Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. The breakthrough sage pill could help one break through to the martial sage realm. It was extremely difficult for a martial king to break through to the martial sage realm. There were many people at the peak of the martial king realm in Yuan continent. For example, there were many experts at the peak of the martial king realm in the 13 top sects in Song province. However, there were very few martial sages. A martial saint was considered an expert in the primordial continent. However, even top geniuses like Xianxia and he were not confident that they could break through to the martial sage realm. In history, there were many outstanding geniuses who had reached the peak of the martial king realm early on, but they could not break through to the martial sage realm. They were stuck at the peak of the martial king realm for their entire lives and died when their lifespan was exhausted. The breakthrough sage pill could increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial sage realm by 30%. 30% was a terrifying probability. It would make countless experts at the peak of the martial king realm fight for it, especially for top geniuses like them. If the probability was increased by 30%, they would be confident that they could break through to the martial sage realm in the future. Don't even think about it. The breakthrough sage pill happens to be in my realm. It is fated to be with me. Xianxia shouted and shrank his realm. He wanted to snatch the breakthrough sage pill. However, the breakthrough sage pill seemed to have a mind of its own. With a tremble, it broke through Xianxia's realm and escaped from Xianxia's control. It's mine. The others flew up and pounced on the breakthrough sage pill. Various rays of light condensed into large hands and grabbed at the breakthrough sage pill. However, the breakthrough sage pill emitted rays of light. It flew past and pierced through the large hands, causing them to miss. Swoosh! Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill and flapped his black wings. He was as fast as lightning as he pounced on the breakthrough sage pill. In an instant, he appeared a few meters away from the breakthrough sage pill. Chapter 1444. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, although the break sage elixir was stopped for a moment, it was only for a moment. The break sage elixir pierced through the giant hand that Lu Ming had formed. Even the giant hand formed by the chaotic domain could not stop the break sage elixir. The level of my chaotic domain is still too low. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it was not because the chaotic domain was useless, but because the level of his chaotic domain was too low. It was only a level 1 domain, which was why it could not stop the break sage elixir. Subsequently, the others made their moves, but none of them managed to get the break sage elixir. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Bubbles and Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. The two of them were still burping, and their mouths were filled with medicinal fragrance. Another spiritual elixir? As soon as Dandan appeared, its eyes rolled around. Dandan, Bubbles, help me get the break sage elixir. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp, chirp. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, Bubbles waved its pair of small claws outward. As the bubbles danced, space began to surge like waves. Dang! The break sage elixir was flying, but suddenly it seemed to have hit a hard wall, making a loud thud. Bubbles had done something to the space and froze it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Bubbles was indeed a space-time spirit mouse. It could control time and space. Even in Yuan continent, where space was extremely stable, Bubbles could still control it. Bubbles waved its claws and controlled the space to form a space box, sealing the break sage elixir inside. As for Lu Ming, he dashed over. Stop him! Wang Xiao shouted, and a sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and dispersed the sword radiance. The mountain-river diagram appeared between his eyebrows. He wanted to keep the break sage elixir into the mountain-river diagram. But at this moment, the saint-breaking pill shone brightly. The light was like a sharp sword, breaking through the frozen space formed by the bubble in one fell swoop. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it rushed to the side of the stone room. At the side of the stone room, there was a passage. The breakthrough sage pill rushed directly into the passage. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Ming used the wind element technique. With a flap of his black wings, he flew towards the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. "Chase!" Behind him, the others also chased after him. "Dandan, stop them!" Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. "Leave it to me." Dandan grinned. Whoosh! When Lu Ming rushed into the tunnel, Dandan opened its mouth and a light flashed. A shield condensed and blocked the entrance of the tunnel. The first to arrive was Xianxia. His fist landed on the shield with a loud bang, but the shield did not budge. "Damn it!" Xianxia roared. Then, the others also arrived and launched their attacks. However, they could not break the tortoiseshell shield in a short time. During this period of time, Dandan had swallowed too many spiritual herbs, as well as a few half-sane herbs from before. Her injuries had long recovered, and she had even advanced. The tortoiseshell shield that he had condensed with all his strength would not be broken so easily. "Damn it, the core is inside. Break the tortoiseshell. Let's attack together." Anxious voices sounded. Shirtian, Wang Xiao, and the others joined forces to attack. The tortoiseshell shield vibrated. It would not be long before it was broken by them. However, it was enough for Lu Ming to block it for a while. After Lu Ming rushed into the passage, he did not stop and chased after the breakthrough sage pill at an extremely fast speed. "Chirp, chirp," Bubble cried, and suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth, and a transparent bubble suddenly appeared, enveloping the breakthrough sage pill. The breakthrough sage pill shone and wanted to break through, but could not break through for a while. This transparent bubble not only contained the space domain, but also the time domain. Bubble flew over and swallowed the transparent bubble. Its furry body flashed, and it returned to Lu Ming's shoulder. Then it opened its mouth obediently, and the breakthrough sage pill flew out. Lu Ming grabbed the shung-breaking elixir in his hands. "Lu Ming, I'll seal it," Dandan said. Then she waved her claws. Dense inscriptions appeared and wrapped around the saint-breaking elixir, forming a sealing formation. Not only could it prevent the saint-breaking elixir from flying around, but could also prevent the loss of its medicinal efficacy. Breakthrough sage pill. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He took out a jade box and put the shung-breaking elixir into a storage ring. The breakthrough sage pill was priceless. For those who were stuck at the peak of the martial royal realm and could not break through, it was more precious than any holy weapon. Those people were willing to buy a breakthrough sage pill even if they had to sell their family's fortune. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to sell it. It would be useful to keep it with him. After putting away the breakthrough sage pill, Lu Ming looked ahead. There seemed to be light in front of the passage. "We should be close to the core of the great emperor's palace," Lu Ming thought and stepped forward. As for Dandan and Bubble, they returned to the mountain-river diagram to continue digesting the medicinal efficacy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the passage. But strangely, looking out from the entrance of the passage, it seemed to be a starry sky. And that light came from the starry sky. Is it really a starry sky outside the passage? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. After pondering for a while, he stepped out and walked out. The moment Lu Ming stepped out of the passage, he felt the space around him change. The next moment, he found himself in a starry sky. It was a real starry sky. There were stars all around him. He was floating in the starry sky. That is, the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes wide in shock. There were two huge creatures in the starry sky in front of him. One of them was a huge goshawk. This goshawk was too huge and majestic. It covered the sky and the sun as if it was bigger than the stars. A pair of huge eyes was looking at Lu Ming. "It's alive." This huge goshawk was actually alive. Opposite the goshawk was a human figure. This human figure was also incomparably huge, like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. However, this figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. It was shrouded in a layer of black light. It was distorted in the starry sky and looked extremely evil. This huge figure seemed to be sizing up Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming discovered that both the goshawk and the gigantic human figure seemed to be injured and severely injured. One of the goshawk's wings was missing. There were many wounds all over its body. Some of the wounds were even bleeding. The huge eyes were bright, but seemed a little lifeless. It was a very strange feeling. As for the huge figure, it was not much better. It was missing a leg, and there were claw marks on its body. There was even a big hole in its chest. "Ha ha, Emperor Song, it seems that you have lost in the end. You have fought against me for 60,000 years. In the end, I am still slightly better. You will be buried here." At this moment, the huge figure laughed. Chapter 1445. Lu Ming's mind was also buzzing. Lu Ming was dumbstruck and in disbelief. Songdi? That figure was called Songdi. Could it be that the giant eagle in front was Songdi? Legend had it that Songdi's original form was a goshawk. Songdi was not dead. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. Songdi had disappeared for 60,000 years and was still alive. Now, Lu Ming saw it with his own eyes. In that case, the giant figure was obviously a great emperor as well. Soul Extinguisher Shakyamuni, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. A voice came out of Goshawk's mouth. "Ha ha, you and drag me down with you? Dream on." So many people have entered this secret realm, and they're all competing and killing each other. How many vengeful spirits, baleful chi, and soul chi have been produced? I've already recovered a little after absorbing all that soul chi. Even if it's just a little, it's enough to suppress you. In addition, there are some young geniuses who are about to reach here. As long as I devour their flesh and blood, I'll be able to recover a little more. Azure Sovereign, that will be the day you die. Songdi, 60,000 years ago, I have already prepared a tomb for you. Even if you resist stubbornly and resist me for 60,000 years, what's the use? The result has already been decided. Even the heavens are on my side. The giant figure laughed. At this moment, countless thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Through the conversation between Songdi and the giant figure, Lu Ming's doubts were resolved. According to the outside world, Songdi suddenly disappeared 60,000 years ago, and there was no news of him since then. Now it seemed that Songdi had encountered a strong enemy and fought with him. In the end, he had resisted for 60,000 years and had yet to appear. As for Songdi's subordinates, Lu Ming had found many skeletons. Most of them were killed by a strong enemy. This enemy was also a great emperor. He was incomparably strong and fought a shocking battle with Songdi. In the end, both sides were injured. But what shocked Lu Ming was that Songdi and the giant figure were both injured, but they were still fighting. This fight had lasted for 60,000 years. The ability of a great emperor was really unbelievable. But now, the intrusion of Lu Ming and the others seemed to have broken the deadlock. Previously, Lu Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. Previously, in the stone room where he had obtained the black feather wings, there had been an eagle that had appeared and stopped him from advancing. That eagle should have been formed by the Azure Emperor. The black silhouette that was fighting with the Firmament Emperor should be the giant silhouette in front of him, the Soul Extinguisher King. Songdi didn't want Lu Ming and the others to continue, but the soul-destroying Shakyamuni wanted Lu Ming and the others to continue because he wanted to refine Lu Ming's flesh and blood. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this time, the huge shadow looked at Lu Ming and said in a loud voice, "Why are you alone? All right, I'll refine you first and wait for the others." Finished speaking, an incomparably huge hand grabbed towards Lu Ming. "Run." Lu Ming turned around and ran without hesitation. However, that huge hand covered the sky and the sun. It was too huge. Moreover, the aura that it exuded was extremely terrifying. In an instant, Lu Ming felt as though his body was about to explode. The chaotic domain covered his body and vibrated nonstop. Dragon roars could be heard from Lu Ming's body, and there seemed to be 9 dragons emerging from his body. Chaotic domain, it's actually the chaotic domain. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with shock. Chaotic domain. Such a genius should be killed. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't even think about it. With a long roar, a huge wing swept out, as if it was going to split the starry sky. It struck the huge hand and shattered it. Sangdi, you're courting death. The Soul Extinguisher King's body shone brightly and charged towards the Sangdi like a deity. The Sangdi let out a long roar and engaged in a fierce battle with the Soul Extinguisher King. The scene of the two fighting in the starry sky was too horrifying. The stars were destroyed and the starry sky was shattered. Both Sangdi and the Soul Extinguisher King were still far away from Lu Ming. However, the aura of the battle made it hard for Lu Ming to breathe. It was extremely stifling. Great Emperor, this is a great Emperor. He's too strong. An Emperor is like an ant in front of him. No, even a sage is an ant. Lu Ming muttered to himself and retreated rapidly. There was no door in the starry sky, and there was no way out. He couldn't see the passageway that he came from. Lu Ming could only retreat and try his best to stay away from the two great emperors. Little brat, since you're here, your fate is sealed. You'll become my nourishment. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was heard, and a black ray of light shot across the starry sky towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the bubbles appeared. It chirped and waved its claws rapidly. There was a cracking sound in the space around Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his body relax, and he could move again. The black wings flapped. At the same time, the energy of the wind-calming bead in his glabella gushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming retreated frantically. Even if he was facing a great emperor, Lu Ming wouldn't wait for death. Even if the chances of survival were slim, he would fight for it. One of the top 10, the space-time spirit rat, is still alive. All the more you should be killed. The Soul Extinguisher King's killing intent was extremely strong. Don't even think about it. Emperor Tsang roared and spat out a ray of light that blocked the ray of light that the Soul Extinguisher King shot at Lu Ming. Emperor Tsang, you can't stop me. Even if I don't kill you today, I'll kill the kid who comprehended the chaotic domain and the space-time spirit rat. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, at least a dozen rays of black light shot towards Lu Ming. So many? Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. Although Emperor Tsang and the Soul Extinguisher King were severely injured and had been fighting each other for 60,000 years, they were still terrifying existences to Lu Ming and could easily kill him. Emperor Tsang roared and flapped his wings. A dozen feathers flew out and blocked the rays of black light like a dozen divine swords. But in the end, the Soul Extinguisher King was stronger. A ray of black light dodged Emperor Tsang's attack and shot towards Lu Ming. Chirp, chirp, Bubbles screamed and spat out a transparent bubble that suddenly appeared in front of him. It shrouded the black light and hoped that it could block it. But when the black light flew past, the transparent bubble shattered. Although Bubbles was a space-time spirit rat and could control space-time, its cultivation was too far away from the opponent and it was useless. The black light continued to shoot towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. He couldn't move his body. Am I going to die here? A thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The great emperor was too strong. He was the top expert in the world, and Lu Ming didn't stand a chance against such an expert. Chapter 1446. The black light was about to hit Lu Ming's glabella. Wong. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron rushed out. The lightning cauldron expanded to 10,000 feet in size and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Dong! The black light hit the lightning cauldron and the cauldron shook violently. Lightning flashed in the sky and destroyed the black light. Holy battle weapon! The Soul Destroyer, Shakyamuni roared. Great! A lightning-attributed holy battle weapon is the perfect counter for you. Looks like the heavens are not looking after you. A lightning-attributed holy battle weapon is enough to deal with you. Emperor Tsang exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, Emperor Tsang's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Kid, lend me your holy battle weapon. All right. Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a thought, the lightning cauldron flew forward. The Azure Emperor flapped his wings, causing the lightning cauldron to rapidly fly towards him. Not only that, the lightning cauldron rapidly expanded until it was about the same size as the Azure Emperor. Boundless lightning crackled around it, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Is this the true power of the lightning cauldron? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He now knew that the lightning cauldron was a holy battle weapon. In the past, Lu Ming could only unleash a tiny bit of its power. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not unleash much of the lightning cauldron's power. But now that the lightning cauldron was in Emperor Tsang's hands, it was completely different. The huge lightning cauldron pressed down on the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. Countless lightning bolts as thick as mountains bombarded the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. The black light on his body twisted, and there was even a sizzling sound as black smoke rose. His cultivation technique was perfectly countered by lightning. However, with his cultivation, if he was at his peak, the lightning cauldron would not be a threat to him. But now he was extremely weak. The lightning cauldron was a huge threat to him. Moreover, it was under Emperor Tsang's control. Boom, boom. The lightning cauldron pressed down slowly. Infinite lightning cauldrons drowned the soul extinguisher Shakyamuni completely. Sangdi, you can't kill me. You can't kill me with just a supreme saint weapon. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. I just need to suppress you temporarily. Sangdi's voice rang out. Then, a voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Kid, I can't return this lightning cauldron to you for the time being. However, as compensation, I'll give you my storage ring. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed, shattering the void and appearing in front of Lu Ming in an instant. This was a storage ring, the Azure Emperor's storage ring. Lu Ming's heart began to race. He grabbed the storage ring. Kid, I'm going to bring the soul-destroying Discipline Emperor away from here. I'll use the force of the rift to suppress him. You guys should leave at once. The Tsang Emperor's voice rang out again. After that, Lu Ming felt a powerful force tugging at him, and Lu Ming disappeared from this space. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the void. I'm out. Lu Ming looked ahead and saw a huge eagle. That was the Azure Emperor's chamber. He had exited from it. At this moment, the space around Lu Ming rippled, and several figures appeared in the air. Those who entered the Azure Emperor's chamber were all teleported out, including Shi Tian, Wang Xiao, and the others. Damn it, what's going on? Wang Xiao roared. They were blocked by Dandan's tortoiseshell shield. They attacked with all their might and were about to shatter it. But at this moment, they were inexplicably teleported out. It was the same for the others. Some of them were about to obtain a treasure, but were suddenly teleported out. They were extremely angry and unwilling. GA. At this moment, the Azure Emperor's chamber let out a long cry. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it flapped its wings and flew into the depths of the sky. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, the space cracked open and the Azure Emperor's chamber flew into it and disappeared. This what's going on? Why did the Azure Emperor's chamber suddenly fly away? No, it's my treasure. The scene was noisy. Some people roared and some were shocked. Lu Ming, is it because of you? Suddenly, a voice resounded, making many people quiet down. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming looked at Wang Xiao coldly. The person who roared just now was Wang Xiao. Lu Ming, you used despicable means to stop us. You were the only one who entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber. Not long after you entered, we were teleported out, and the Azure Emperor's chamber flew away automatically. It must be because of you, Wang Xiao said coldly. What? Only Lu Ming entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber? He actually entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber? Many people looked at Lu Ming. They were surprised and deep in thought. That's right, Lu Ming. Did you obtain the Azure Emperor's inheritance And that's why the Azure Emperor's chamber flew away? Xianxia stepped out and said coldly. His body was emitting a sacred light. Most of the people's eyes lit up when they heard this. They stared at Lu Ming with fervent gazes. The Azure Emperor's inheritance. When they thought of these 4 words, everyone's hearts burned with passion. I didn't obtain the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Lu Ming explained. Haha, who would believe that? Lu Ming, you must have obtained the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Now hand it over. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. Wang Xiao said. That's right. The Azure Emperor's inheritance is not something you can take for yourself. Xianxia said. Yes, hand over the inheritance. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. It's best to search his storage ring and his soul. Everything will be clear so that he doesn't hide anything. Yes. The rest of the people shouted as well, staring coldly at Lu Ming. They slowly formed a circle surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. What are you doing? Do you think there's no one in the Dragon God Valley? Senior and junior brothers, help Lu Ming. Qiu Yingying shouted from the crowd. Yes, senior brothers, let's help Lu Ming break out of the encirclement. Ruan Tian chimed in. What a joke. This is Lu Ming's personal feud with the other sections. Disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, listen up. No one can help Lu Ming. Otherwise, if you offend the other sects because of your personal feud and cause the Divine Dragon Valley to become enemies with the other sects, you will bear the consequences. Yin Feng shouted. His voice could be heard from afar. When he found out that Lu Ming had entered the Azure Emperor's core, he was extremely jealous and wished that Lu Ming would die. That's right. Disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, don't move. He said, and his powerful aura locked on Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, Wan Tian, and the others. You're despicable. The elders have already said that we should work together. Qiu Yingying shouted. Shut up. Chapter 1447. Yingying, you don't have to say anything. These clowns can't do anything to me. Lu Ming's voice could be heard. Arrogant brat. Hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance, or you'll die a horrible death. Hurry up. The surrounding youths stared greedily at Lu Ming. I've already said that I didn't get Emperor Tsang's inheritance. Also, let me remind you, if you want to attack me, you'd better be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming said with a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Ridiculous. We have so many people. Let's see who you can kill. Wang Xiao sneered and stepped out. A battle sword floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a sacred weapon. On the other side, Xianxia stepped out with a sacred weapon above his head. Mo Jie did the same and appeared in another direction. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 3 other people who were leaders. They took out their sacred weapons and surrounded Lu Ming. 3 breaths. Lu Ming, I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't hand over the Emperor's inheritance, you'll stay here forever. Wang Xiao said coldly. 1. Then, Xianxia started counting. The other youths looked coldly at Lu Ming, their murderous intent filling the air. They were ready to attack at any time. 2. Xianxia said again. Swoosh. At this moment, a pair of black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. He's trying to escape. Don't even think about it. Wang Xiao, Xianxia, and the other leaders reacted the fastest and chased after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming suddenly stopped in midair. Then, he changed his direction, passing by Xianxia and the other 5 and dashing downward. Who said I'm trying to escape? Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Lu Ming shouted and rushed into the crowd below. The black wings were like 2 heavenly blades that slashed across. Immediately, more than a dozen youths were cut in half. More than a dozen youths were killed in one move. Attack together, and kill him. Someone shouted. Suddenly, countless attacks were launched at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain spread out. The black feather wings enveloped the primal chaos domain, and its power was even more terrifying. With a sweep, some of the attacks were destroyed. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed into the crowd as if there was no one around. With a sweep of his black feather wings, another dozen people were killed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the black feathers on the black wings flew out like divine swords, piercing in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the youths had their glabella, or dantian, pierced through. Ah, no! Miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, over 100 people had died at Lu Ming's hands. The smell of blood filled the air. Lu Ming, you evil demon, you willfully slaughter the innocent. Today I must eliminate you, roared Xianxia. His eyes had turned red. Half of the people Lu Ming had killed were disciples of the heavenly divinity sect. Evil demon? Killing the innocent? What a joke. You were the one who attacked first and wanted to kill me. I've already said that if you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that I can't fight back when you want to kill me? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He flapped his black feather wings, avoiding Xianxia and the other leaders as he attacked the others. The other youths, even geniuses with innate spirit bodies, were no match for Lu Ming. One by one, the youths screamed miserably as they were killed by Lu Ming. Their attacks couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. The ground was covered with corpses. Soon, hundreds of people had died at the hands of Lu Ming. Outside the crowd, Yin Feng and the others gasped. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. I must find a chance to kill him. Yin Feng thought. Back off, all you back off. Xianxia roared. Those youths frantically fled in all directions, as far as possible from Lu Ming. Xianxia and the other 5 pursued Lu Ming with all their might. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. Xianxia and the other 5 once again surrounded Lu Ming. This time, they focused their energy and locked onto Lu Ming, fearing that Lu Ming would escape. Lu Ming, an evil demon like you can't stay in this world. Xianxia roared. Quickly hand over Emperor Song's inheritance, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Wang Xiao said coldly. Haha, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Wang Xiao. Let's attack together. Wang Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He really didn't dare to face Lu Ming alone. Attack! Boom! 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 Xianxia and the rest activated their sacred weapons. The power of the sacred weapons erupted, and they were about to attack Lu Ming. Chirp chirp! At this moment, the bubbles on Lu Ming's shoulders buzzed. Suddenly, 6 transparent bubbles appeared in the surroundings, enveloping Xianxia and the other 5 people. Kill! Lu Ming roared and charged towards Wang Xiao. Space-time domain. Wang Xiao roared as his mind trembled. At the same time, he pushed his saint weapon with all his might. Whoosh! A shocking sword chi slashed out violently. The transparent bubble trembled and was split open by the sword chi. The might of a sacred artifact was incomparably strong. The bubble would not be able to trap the 6 of them for long. The others also manipulated their sacred weapons to break the transparent bubble. But this moment was enough for Lu Ming. 9 seals of the divine gate seal. Lu Ming shouted. 5 sealing portals suddenly appeared around Wang Xiao, emitting boundless multicolored light as they sealed Wang Xiao. As Lu Ming broke through to the martial monarch realm, Lu Ming had also achieved a breakthrough in the 9 seals of the divine gate, allowing him to cultivate 5 sealing portals. The 9 seals of the divine gate was a secret technique used by martial monarchs. It was extremely powerful. The 5 sealing portals sealed Wang Xiao in an instant. Kill! Lu Ming appeared in front of Wang Xiao and punched him. Boom! The power of the punch made Wang Xiao tremble in fear. Buzz! However, right at that moment, a suit of armor appeared on Wang Xiao's body and enveloped him completely. Dong! Lu Ming's punch landed on the armor. The armor vibrated, and Wang Xiao was sent flying dozens of miles away. He crashed into a huge mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. A sacred artifact armor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This sacred artifact armor was most likely worn by Wang Xiao before he came in. Lu Ming sighed. These people are really rich. They even have a sacred artifact armor. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged toward Wang Xiao. Catch him! Stop him! Shi Tian and the others shouted as they charged toward Lu Ming. However, they were slower than Lu Ming. As soon as they moved, Lu Ming appeared in front of Wang Xiao. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in your turtle shell, Lu Ming said coldly as he stomped down. Boom! Chapter 1448. Kill. At this moment, Shi Tian arrived. Get lost. Lu Ming grabbed one of Wang Xiao's legs and used Wang Xiao as a big hammer, swinging it toward Shi Tian. Boom! Shi Tian was sent flying by Wang Xiao. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Wang Xiao roared as blood spurted from his mouth. Although he was protected by sacred artifact armor, the continuous attacks still caused energy to seep in, causing him to be seriously injured. Nonsense! Lu Ming grabbed one of Wang Xiao's legs and swung it again, smashing it heavily on the mountain peak. Dong! The mountain peak trembled as gravel flew everywhere. A large crater was formed on the mountain peak. Wang Xiao wailed as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Just now, Wang Xiao and Shi Tian were the most arrogant. Lu Ming simply stared at one of them and ruthlessly tortured him until he was afraid. Boom! 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 Following that, Lu Ming swung Wang Xiao and smashed him crazily on the mountain peak. The mountain peak trembled as gravel flew everywhere. A large piece of the huge mountain peak was forcefully shattered. When Shi Tian, Wuxia, and the rest were about to attack, Lu Ming swung Wang Xiao and smashed them. Wang Xiao was now covered by the armor and was like a sledgehammer. It was very convenient to use. In the distance, the others were dumbfounded. Wang Xiao was the leader of the Nine Heaven Sword sect in this great emperor's mystic realm. But now he was in such a miserable state. He could not resist Lu Ming and was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. As for Wang Xiao himself, he even had thoughts of dying. He had lost all his face. Rumble. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Heaven and earth shook violently. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. It was as if the entire world was shaking violently. Boom! Boom! Following that, the ground cracked open and lava rushed out 1,000 feet high. Not good. This mystic realm is about to collapse. Figures rushed into the sky one after another. Someone roared. Maybe it's caused by Emperor Song flying away. What should we do? If the mystic realm collapses, we will all die here. There was an uproar at the scene. Someone screamed in horror. Fly up. When we first entered this arcane pocket realm, it looked like a bubble. There must be an end to it. Fly up and get out of here. Yes, up. Whoosh. Whoosh. Streaks of light flew into the depths of the sky. Gotcha. In the sky, space suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack. Several youths screamed miserably as they were swallowed by the spatial crack. If they were in the godly ruins, Huangqi cultivators wouldn't have any problems entering the dark space. However, it was different here. The space was stable, but at the same time, the cracks in the dark space were even more powerful. If Huangqi cultivators entered the dark space, they would die. The space is about to crack. Be careful of the space cracks. Someone shouted. One figure after another flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. Shi Tian, Wuxia, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming as they flew up into the sky, fleeing for their lives. Get lost! Lu Ming threw Wang Xiao into a crack in the ground and threw him into the lava. Then he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky. In a few breaths, Lu Ming appeared beside Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and Ruan Tian. I'll take you with me, Lu Ming said. The chaotic domain enveloped Qiu Yingying and the rest. Then he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Rumble. The ground shook more and more violently. Below them, the ground cracked open and lava raged. It was like the end of the world. In the sky, streaks of light flew up into the sky one after another. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they finally saw a light screen. "We're here." Someone rushed into the light screen. The light screen trembled and disappeared. "It really works." Everyone was overjoyed and rushed into the light screen. Lu Ming saw Wuxia, Hiyu, Shi Tian, and the others rushing into the light screen one by one. Then the others did the same. "Ying, you guys go out first," Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Xiao Ying asked. "Killing someone," Lu Ming said coldly. Then he waved his hand and sent Xiao Ying and the others into the light screen and disappeared. Then Lu Ming looked down diagonally. Over there was a sword light that was flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. It was Wang Xiao. He was beaten half to death by Lu Ming and thrown into the lava by Lu Ming. If it weren't for the Saint artifact armor, he would have been burned alive. It took him a lot of effort to rush out and escape into the sky. But now he was at the back. Lu Ming flapped his black wings and used the wind origin technique. His body turned into a black light and flew down. Quick, quick, quick! Wang Xiao flew with all his strength. The secret realm was collapsing more and more. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, he kept roaring in his heart. In his mind, he was planning how to get revenge on Lu Ming after he got out. Suddenly, he saw a black light flash and pounce at him at extreme speed. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Wang Xiao roared. "I'm here to kill you." Lu Ming sneered. He looked down and used the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomp. The power of the 9 steps merged into one and turned into a huge footprint that stomped toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao roared and slashed out. The sword light slashed at Lu Ming's footprint. The footprint was broken, but his body was blasted down. Whoosh! Lu Ming chased after Wang Xiao again. "Lu Ming, you're crazy. Do you want to die?" Wang Xiao roared in horror. He had the Saint artifact armor that could block Lu Ming's attack. But if he couldn't get out before the secret realm collapsed, even the Saint artifact armor couldn't save his life. "Kill!" Lu Ming swooped down and slashed out with the black feather wings like a blade. The Saint artifact armor appeared on Wang Xiao's body. He held the combat sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The combat sword slashed at the black feather wings. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming's body was slightly obstructed, but Wang Xiao's body was like a cannonball, plunging downward. Rumble! At this time, heaven and earth shook even more violently. More and more space cracks appeared in the sky. The ground below was completely covered by magma. This secret realm would completely collapse at any time. But Lu Ming didn't have any intention of stopping. He continued to rush toward Wang Xiao. "Madman! You're a madman. Stop it, stop it!" Wang Xiao roared hysterically. At this time, he was really scared. Lu Ming was a madman. In order to kill him, he didn't even care about his own life. If this went on, both he and Lu Ming would die here. It would be best if Lu Ming died. But he didn't want to die. Now he regretted. He regretted provoking Lu Ming, a madman. People have to pay the price for their actions. Chapter 1449. Wang Xiao went crazy. He wanted to dash into the sky, but Lu Ming's black wings slashed down, completely blocking his path. He could only try his best to resist as he fell again. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming swooped down and attacked Wang Xiao. The two of them were getting further and further away from the sky and closer to the ground. Boom! Crack! The ground exploded and lava filled the sky. Scorching aura kept surging. More and more spatial cracks appeared in the sky, covering the sky like a spider web. Bam! Some of the spatial cracks shattered like glass. The sky was falling. This mystic realm was about to be destroyed. At this moment, the others had already rushed out. Only Wang Xiao and Lu Ming were left in this mystic realm. Arg! Wang Xiao roared, his voice filled with despair. Now, even if he wanted to rush out, it would be very difficult. Lu Ming, since you're going to die, let's die together. Wang Xiao roared and attacked Lu Ming. Clang! His divine weapon slashed at Lu Ming's black wings. His body trembled, and he was sent flying backward by the power of the chaotic domain above. "Who wants to die with you?" Lu Ming spoke coldly. He spread his black wings and soared into the sky, flying thousands of miles high in the blink of an eye. However, there were spatial cracks in front of him. There was no way out. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Bubble chirped and emitted a milky white light. It waved its claws, and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. "No, no. Take me with you." Wang Xiao broke down when he saw this. He flew toward the spatial tunnel frantically. However, the spatial tunnel disappeared in the next moment. Only Wang Xiao was left yelling. Lu Ming appeared in the sky, thousands of miles above. However, Bubble did the same thing again and opened another spatial tunnel. In Yuan continent, Bubble could not open a spatial tunnel for too long with its cultivation base. It could only open thousands of miles each time, but it was enough. After a few times, Lu Ming saw the light screen again and rushed in. Outside the tomb, where Lu Ming and the others entered, there was a Saint Realm expert from each of the 13 sects waiting quietly with some deacons. The tomb was also floating quietly in the air. Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the void behind the tomb. Caw! Soon after, they heard the long cry of an eagle. That space began to tremble unstably. Some places even began to crack. "What's that?" "A goshawk," someone shouted. They saw an enormous goshawk soaring into the sky in that space, breaking through the void as it soared into the sky. "That's not a real goshawk. It's a fortress. Could it be Emperor Tsong's palace?" "Emperor Tsong's palace? Emperor Tsong is not dead?" Voices sounded one after another. The 13 Saint Realm experts' eyes were incredulous. If the Tsong Emperor didn't die and returned, the Tsong state would probably change. However, the giant goshawk did not break through the sky. Instead, it shattered the void and was faintly discernible. Soon, it completely disappeared into the depths of the void. What happened in Emperor Tsong's secret realm? They were full of doubts, but they could only wait quietly. Click! Not long after, the tombstones of the great necropolis suddenly opened, from which several figures rushed out. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, his surroundings changed. Lu Ming found that there was a platform in front of him and many people were standing there, looking in his direction. "Lu Ming, Brother Lu." On the platform, Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, Ruan Tian, and the others looked over and were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Obviously, they were not at ease and were waiting here. Lu Ming flew over and nodded to them. Boom, boom. There was a series of roars in the secret realm. Looking at the secret realm from here, one could see a huge ball with mountains and lakes inside. But at this time, the mountains and lakes had exploded and the whole ball was full of cracks. In the end, the entire sphere exploded. That region was filled with chaos. A secret realm exploded and returned to chaos, disappearing into the endless void. Wang Xiao did not rush out. He was definitely not alive. "Let's go," Lu Ming said. They randomly chose a passage and went back the way they came. Not long after, they returned to the inner part of the tomb and found that the door of the tomb was already open. They rushed out one after another. As soon as they rushed out of the light screen, they saw people moving in the air. As long as they were not dead, most of them had come out. The people present took the initiative to divide into 13 areas. Lu Ming and the others flew towards Dragon God Valley's area. What happened in Emperor Tsong's secret realm? Why did it collapse? An old voice rang out. A St. Plain cultivator couldn't help but ask. Many people looked at each other. They did not know why Emperor Tsong's secret realm collapsed. Among us, one of us definitely knows that Lu Ming from the Divine Dragon Valley entered the core of Emperor Tsong's bedroom. Thereafter, something happened. I'm guessing that he must have obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. In the Heavenly Divine Sects area, Shi Tian was the first to speak. What? Emperor Tsong's inheritance? Many people heard this and looked in the direction of Dragon God Valley, including some Saint Realm experts. How tempting was Emperor Tsong's inheritance? Who is Lu Ming? An expert from celestial divinity sect stepped out, emitting a terrifying aura. This person was Celestial Divinity sect's Saint Realm expert. It's him. Xianxia pointed at Lu Ming. This time, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Is this true? Saint Realm experts from other sects asked. I can testify that what Xianxia said is true. Wuxia from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect stepped out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. I can testify too. I saw him enter the core of Emperor Song's palace with my own eyes. Another genius leader of a sect stepped out. In that case, hand over Emperor Song's inheritance. The Celestial Divinity sect's Saint Realm expert stared at Lu Ming and stepped out, wanting to go towards Lu Ming. Boom! On Dragon God Valley's side, Elder Hong stepped out and stood in front of Lu Ming like a mountain, blocking the aura of the Celestial Divinity sect's Saint Realm expert. What? You want to protect him? How can Dragon God Valley take the Emperor Song's inheritance for themselves? The Celestial Divinity sect's Saint Realm expert said. The other sects also sent their Saint Realm cultivators over. I didn't get Emperor Song's inheritance. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke, his voice spreading across the entire area. You didn't get it? The Saint Realm expert's eyes narrowed. Nonsense. Many of us saw you enter the core of Emperor Song's palace, and you still want to deny it. Xianxia shouted. I can testify that junior brother Lu Ming did enter the core of Emperor Song's palace. A cold voice came from Dragon God Valley's area. Chapter 1450. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Hiyu. This person was despicable. They were from the same sect, but he wanted to kill Lu Ming and betrayed Lu Ming. Yin Feng, who was standing beside Hiyu, sneered. He, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley, have spoken. Looks like it's true. The Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Divinity sect sneered, and his aura became stronger. I told you, I didn't get Emperor Song's inheritance. Lu Ming spoke again as he looked at Xianxia, Jia, Hiyu, and the others. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had saved them. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been killed by the soul destroyer Shakyamuni, and their flesh and blood would have been refined. Everyone would have died then. But now, these people wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming would remember these people. There would be a time to settle this score in the future. Words are no proof. We want to test it. The Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. You want to test it? The Heavenly Divinity sect is so overbearing. Do you think the Dragon God Valley will be afraid of you? Elder Hong was overbearing and his aura was violent like a real dragon. The confrontation between the two Sage Realm experts made many of the youths pale as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ming was slightly better. He had seen the terrifying aura of the two emperors. Although the Sage Realm expert's aura was strong, it couldn't affect his heart. Lu Ming, did you really enter Emperor Song's chamber? Elder Hong asked Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming, waiting to see how Lu Ming would answer. Yes, I did enter the core of Emperor Song's chamber. Lu Ming nodded. Looks like no one is slandering you. You admitted it yourself. The Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Divinity sect said, entering the core of Emperor Song's chamber doesn't mean you got the inheritance. Lu Ming, what did you see in the core of Emperor Song's chamber? What did you do? Elder Hong asked again. I saw Emperor Song. Lu Ming said. These words were undoubtedly like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming saw Emperor Song? Could it be that Song Di was still alive? Is Song Di still alive? The Sage Realm expert from the Celestial Divinity sect asked with a hoarse voice. Lu Ming nodded his head and said, That's right. Gray Emperor is still alive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of gasps could be heard. Who would have thought that the Song Emperor was still alive? Then the Song province would really change greatly. If the Azure Emperor is still alive, why hasn't there been any trace of him in the past 60,000 years? Someone raised a question. That's right, Lu Ming. Speak clearly. What did you see? What did you get? Someone asked. The reason why Emperor Song has disappeared for 60,000 years is because he is seriously injured. Moreover, he has been confronting a great enemy for 60,000 years. At that moment, Lu Ming didn't hide anything. He told her everything he had seen. However, there was one thing that he had made a slight change. In fact, the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni had the upper hand. However, Lu Ming said that Emperor Song and the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni were on par. After 60,000 years of confrontation, Emperor Song used his lightning cauldron to gain the upper hand and suppress the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. It's the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. The Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni is still alive? The Sage Realm experts present seem to have heard of the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni's name. While they were shocked, they also revealed a solemn expression. I see. Many of them who hadn't heard of the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni were shocked. They finally knew why Emperor Song had suddenly disappeared 60,000 years ago. It turned out that he had encountered a great enemy. Many of the youths who had entered the secret realm were shocked. They recalled the many skeletons they had seen in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Obviously, they had all been killed by Emperor Song's enemy. Senior Emperor Song borrowed my sacred weapon, the lightning cauldron, to bring the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni into the infinite void. He said that he would return the lightning cauldron to thank me for my help. In the end, Lu Ming said, the meaning of his words was simple. Emperor Song was still alive, but he hadn't obtained Emperor Song's inheritance. Moreover, Emperor Song was indebted to him. Once Emperor Song had defeated his enemy, he would return to find him. He was using Emperor Song's name to intimidate the experts of the other sections. If they were to touch Lu Ming now, they would have to answer to Emperor Song when he returned. Ha, little brat. There's no need to use Emperor Song to threaten us. The celestial god sect's Sage Realm experts sneered. They naturally wouldn't believe Lu Ming's words completely. But there was one thing that they could be sure of. Grey Emperor was indeed still alive. Previously, they had seen Emperor Song's palace break through the void. With their Sage Realm cultivation, they could feel a faint trace of Emperor Song's aura. Now that Lu Ming had mentioned it, they were certain that Emperor Song was in the palace. Since Emperor Song wasn't dead, it was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain Emperor Song's inheritance. A living emperor wouldn't pass down his inheritance. If they wanted someone to inherit his mantle, they could just accept him as a disciple. If Lu Ming didn't obtain Emperor Song's inheritance, there was no point in capturing Lu Ming. Instead, they would offend Dragon God Valley. It wasn't worth it. A few Sage Realm experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's go. Since Emperor Song isn't dead, we should make plans early. Let's go back and report to the sect leader. A few Sage Realm experts spoke one after another. Then, they left with the youths of their respective sections. The Celestial God sect's Sage Realm expert snorted. His eyes flickered a few times, but he didn't continue to pursue Lu Ming and turned to leave. Senior Brother Hiyu, I heard that Lu Ming killed Wu Sandu of the Desire Poison sect in Emperor Song's palace. It seems like our Dragon God Valley will have another peerless genius. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the Dragon God Valley. It was so loud that it spread far and wide. Infeng. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Infeng was purposely trying to harm him. Wu Sandu was the green-robed youth that Lu Ming had killed in Emperor Song's palace. True enough, when the Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Lu Ming, his body exuding a cold, murderous intent. Brat, so Wu Sandu was killed by you. The Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert's voice was cold. A layer of poisonous fog emitted from his body, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Within the Dragon God Valley's group, Hiyu and Infeng sneered. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming had managed to escape under such circumstances. How could they be willing to accept that? Hence, They purposely announced that Lu Ming had killed Wu Sandu. I was the one who killed him. So what? In the Emperor's mystic realm, we were competing. He wanted to kill me first. So how can I not kill him? Lu Ming said loudly. Then I'll kill you to avenge him. The Desire Poison Sect's elder roared and stepped forward. Poisonous fog filled the air. Chapter 1451. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Elder Hong seemed to have turned into a violent dragon. His long hair danced in the wind as he stared at the Desire Poison Sect's Sage Realm expert and said, "The great Emperor Mystic Realm doesn't forbid killing. Naturally, there will be competition for treasures. Your Desire Poison Sect is proficient in using poison. Many of his sects here have probably lost their members to your Desire Poison Sect. Should we also settle the score with your Desire Poison Sect? If the younger generation fights and dies, they can only blame themselves for being useless. As an elder, you want to deal with a junior? Do you have any shame?" Elder Hong was extremely domineering, and his voice was like a bell. "You!" The Desire Poison Sect's Sage Realm expert's face turned ugly. However, it made sense. If the younger generation fought and died, it could only be said that they were useless. If the elders intervened because of this, especially the Sage Realm experts, wouldn't it be a mess? You kill my juniors, I kill yours. Then, these sects would never be able to develop. There are many elites in Dragon God Valley, but my Desire Poison Sect isn't bad either. Let's wait and see." The Desire Poison Sect's Sage Realm expert looked coldly at Lu Ming before he waved his sleeves and left. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Desire Poison Sect had left. Damn it, he managed to escape with his life. Yin Feng gritted his teeth in the crowd. He's lucky. There are plenty of ways to kill him in Dragon God Valley. He also said coldly. Originally, they wanted to use the Desire Poison Sect's experts to get rid of Lu Ming. However, they did not expect Elder Hong to be so domineering and protect Lu Ming. They were unwilling to let Lu Ming escape. Lu Ming turned around and looked coldly at He Yu and Yin Feng. It was as if he was looking at 2 dead men. These 2 people had tried to kill him time and time again. He had to kill these 2 people. All right, let's return to Dragon God Valley first, Elder Hong said as he took out a battleship. Everyone boarded the battleship, and the battleship flew towards Dragon God Valley. A few days later, everyone arrived at Dragon God Valley. Outside the Dragon God Valley, everyone got out of the battleship. Elder Hong led them into the Dragon God Valley. They flew past the outer valley and into the snowy mountain inside. They arrived in front of a huge palace. The palace seemed to be made out of white jade. In front of the palace was a huge square. Lu Ming and the others landed on the square. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already many people surrounding the square. Clearly, they had already known about their return and had rushed over to watch. This time, they were entering the great Emperor's mystic realm. Naturally, it attracted many people because they were very curious. All right, all of you have passed the Divine Dragon Valley's test. Next, there are 2 things you need to do. Elder Hong stood at the highest point and said loudly. The scene quieted down. The first thing is to hand over the treasures and manuals that you have obtained from the great Emperor's mystic realm. Of course, these are all voluntary. If you feel that they are useful to you, you can keep them. If they are not useful to you, you can hand them over to the sect. The sect will compensate you. You can be compensated with origin stones or sect contribution points. Sect contribution points are equivalent to 100 pieces of mid-grade origin stones. Sect contribution points can be used to exchange for any treasures in the sect's treasure dragon hall. As long as the Dragon God Valley has it, it can be exchanged. Elder Hong announced loudly. Sect contribution points can be exchanged for any treasures? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was a little tempted. His Dragon God battle body was currently an inferior Earth spiritual body. However, it could be upgraded continuously. The treasures needed to upgrade it were related to true dragons. True dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon marrow, etc. could be used to upgrade Lu Ming's Dragon God battle body. Of course, these true dragon treasures could only be used by true dragons that were martial emperors and above. Such treasures could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to find them in the outside world. However, all the martial artists in the Divine Dragon Valley had awakened the true dragon bloodline. Living Flood Dragon bloodline, there should be treasures related to true dragons. As long as there were treasures, they could be exchanged with contribution points. Lu Ming had already started to think about what treasures he should hand over later. The second thing is to join the Divine Dragon Valley and become an official disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. However, the Divine Dragon Valley is divided into 7 valleys. They are Ice Dragon Valley, Silver Dragon Valley, Blood Dragon Valley, Red Dragon Valley, Purple Dragon Valley, Black Dragon Valley, and Cloud Dragon Valley. Next, I will briefly explain the characteristics of the 7 Dragon Valleys. You can choose from the 7 Dragon Valleys. Following this, Elder Hong briefly explained the characteristics of the 7 Dragon Valleys. The Ice Dragon Valley was the leader of the 7 Dragon Valleys. The Valley Master of the Divine Dragon Valley was the Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley. Among the 7 Dragon Valleys, the Ice Dragon Valley was the strongest. Many people in the Ice Dragon Valley had awakened the Ice Dragon bloodline and cultivated the Ice Dragon battle body. The Blood Dragon Valley was extremely bloodthirsty. They were good at killing and cultivated the Blood Dragon battle body. The Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys. It also had the least number of people. The entire Cloud Dragon Valley only had a little over 100 people. Furthermore, there were no rules regarding which dragon body to cultivate. The most heterogeneous dragon body could join the Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley had a special characteristic, which was freedom. They were as free as the clouds. Free and unrestrained, like the rolling clouds, Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found it interesting. All right, it's time to hand over your treasures, Elder Hong announced loudly. Above the square, there was a huge counter. There were a few white-haired old men who were in charge of inspecting the treasures and registering their information. By the side, many people were watching curiously. They wanted to see what treasures they could obtain in the great Emperor's mystic realm. I'll go first. A burly young man walked up and took out a few spiritual herbs and a spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Not bad. An Emperor's spiritual weapon is worth 1,000,000 medium origin stones or 10,000 sect contribution points. Do you need sect contribution points or origin stones? A white-haired old man asked. I need sect contribution points. The burly young man said, All right, I'll register it first. When you join one of the Dragon Valleys, I'll issue you an identity token and give it to you. The white-haired old man said. The burly young man nodded and registered his information. All right, next, the white-haired old man said. Following that, another young man walked up and handed over the treasures that he did not need. Of course, some had more and some had fewer. There were all kinds of treasures, be it spiritual herbs, refining materials, cultivation technique manuals, spiritual weapons. They could all be handed over. The white-haired old men would appraise the price, and they would be compensated accordingly. Soon, thousands of people went up to hand over their treasures. However, none of them took out a sacred weapon. After all, sacred weapons were extremely precious and rare. Even in the great Emperor's mystic realm, not many people had obtained one. Moreover, even if they had obtained one, most people would not be willing to take it out. I'll go. Lu Ming smiled and walked up to the front of the counter. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual weapons appeared on the counter. They emitted all kinds of treasure light. Emperor's spiritual weapons. They are all Emperor's spiritual weapons. There are so many of them. Chapter 1452. On the counter, there was a pile of Emperor-level spiritual weapons. There were at least a dozen of them. The white-haired elders were also slightly stunned. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He had killed many opponents in the great Emperor's mystic realm. These people were all geniuses. Many of them had Emperor-level spiritual weapons in their hands. Lu Ming still had quite a number of Emperor-level spiritual weapons in his hands. What he took out were all useless to him. There were hammer-type weapons, axe-type weapons, and ring-type Emperor spirit weapons. These spiritual weapons were equivalent to scrap metal in Lu Ming's hands. It was better to hand them over to the sect in exchange for useful resources. There are a total of 15 Emperor-level spiritual weapons, worth 15 million mid-grade primal stones. Do you want to exchange them for primal stones or sect contribution points? The white-haired elder asked. Exchange them with sect contribution points, Lu Ming said. There were quite a number of mid-grade primal stones in the storage rings of the opponents he had killed. It was enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. If he exchanged them for sect contribution points, he could exchange them for other treasures. All right, we will register them. Do you have any other treasures to hand over? The white-haired elder asked again. Yes, Lu Ming nodded. His palms glowed. This time, 2 weapons appeared. One of them was a battle sword. When the battle sword appeared, there was a shocking sword chi that pierced through the clouds. The other was a palm-sized knife. There was a green mist on it, and a disgusting stench was emitted. It was frightening. Sacred weapons. 2 sacred weapons. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze fell on the 2 sacred weapons. Some people's gazes were burning with passion. It's actually a sacred weapon. It seems like the harvest in the great Emperor's mystic realm is really bountiful. Who is this person? He should be from another continent. He actually obtained 2 sacred weapons. It's really a great opportunity. Many people discussed and were extremely envious. The great Emperor's mystic realm was something that could only be found by chance. It was a pity that one's cultivation was below that of a martial emperor. Most people had surpassed that realm. The eyes of the white-haired elders also lit up. This was the first time someone had taken out a saint weapon and handed it in. These 2 items are bright saint weapons. They are 100 times more valuable than emperor weapons. Do you want to exchange them for contribution points or mid-grade origin stones? The white-haired old man took the 2 sacred weapons and examined them carefully before asking. Convert them all into contribution points, Lu Ming said. All right, 2 bright saint weapons, plus 15 emperor grade spirit weapons, a total of 15 million sect contribution points. Do you have anything else you want to hand over? After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with some hope. No more. Lu Ming shook his head. More than 2 million contribution points should be enough for a period of time. That can't be right. Lu Ming, the treasures you obtained shouldn't be limited to just these, right? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Without looking, Lu Ming could tell that it was Yin Feng's voice. Lu Ming coldly glanced at Yin Feng and said, I have nothing to hand over. Nothing? Who are you trying to fool? Where is your wing-shaped sacred weapon? Where are your other treasures? You should have obtained quite a lot. Why don't you take them out and hand them over to the sect? Yin Feng sneered. I do have other treasures, but I can use them myself. Elder Hong also said that I can keep whatever I can use. If you have treasures that you can use, will you hand them over? Lu Ming sneered and asked. Of course I will. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Yin Feng said. Oh, I forgot. A trash like you can't obtain any treasures. Naturally, you are willing to hand them over. Lu Ming said in disdain. You? Who are you calling trash? Yin Feng was furious. Aren't you? Do you want to fight with me to prove that you are not trash? Lu Ming said. Yin Feng was speechless. He was clear about Lu Ming's battle strength. It was extremely terrifying. If they were to fight, he would only be tortured by Lu Ming. You don't even dare to fight. If you're not trash, then what are you? Lu Ming said in disdain. Yin Feng was trembling with anger, but he could not refute. Lu Ming, I remember that you have obtained a break sage pill. You don't need it now. Why don't you hand it over? At this moment, Yu, who was standing beside Yin Feng, said coldly, What? A break sage pill? At this moment, the entire place became extremely quiet. Countless pairs of eyes stared intently at Lu Ming. Many people had a burning glow in their eyes. A break sage pill. Lu Ming had obtained a break sage pill. Phew. Some people's breathing had even become heavy. There were many people around the square. Many of them were peak martial emperors, but they were stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm, unable to break through. Some of them were at the end of their lifespan. The break sage pill was too tempting for them. If this was not the divine Dragon Valley, where there were martial emperors, some of them would have already snatched it. Lu Ming frowned. This move of Yu's was extremely sinister. If he did not hand in the breakthrough sage elixir, there would be countless pairs of eyes in the Dragon Divine Valley staring at him. In the future, unless Lu Ming did not step out of the Dragon Divine Valley, who knew if someone would secretly make a move on him? This move was ruthless. Lu Ming, since you have the Sheng breaking elixir, why don't you hand it over and contribute to the sect? You have no use for such a treasure now. Moreover, you might die at any time. Wouldn't such a treasure be wasted? Yin Feng shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then ignored Yin Feng and Yu and bowed to the white-haired old man. Seniors, I have nothing to hand over. Can I register it? Sure, register it, the white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded and was about to register it. Wait. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Then, an old man in a silver robe appeared in the sky. Elder Hong and the other white-haired old men's faces changed when they saw the old man in the silver robe. They stood up and bowed. Greetings, Valley Master Yin Long. Many people around the square bowed to him. What? Valley Master Yin Long? Valley Master Yin Long of the 7 Great Valleys? In the middle of the square, the young men who had not officially become disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley were shocked. The Valley Masters of the 7 Great Dragon Valleys were important figures who stood at the peak of the Divine Dragon Valley. Even the vast Song continent, they were top figures. Now, Valley Master Yin Long of the 7 Great Dragon Valleys had come personally. Grandfather! Yin Feng shouted in surprise when he saw Valley Master Yin Long. Many people gasped when they saw him. Yin Feng's grandfather was Valley Master Yin Long. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Yin Feng's background was beyond his imagination. Valley Master Yin Long landed on the ground and nodded. What happened just now? It's him, that kid from the uncivilized island. He obtained a treasure in the Great Emperor's secret realm and wanted to take it for himself. He has no use for a treasure like the Break Sage pill now. Chapter 1453. Moreover, he is the only one who has entered the core of Emperor Tsong's palace. I suspect that he has obtained Emperor Tsong's treasures or his legacy. He added fuel to the fire. What? Emperor Tsong's legacy? His words were like a bomb that caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Even Valley Head Silver Dragon's eyes shone with a fiery light. If the breakthrough sage elixir was only tempting to the peak martial royal realm experts, the Emperor Tsong's treasures and legacy would be tempting even to the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley. I have already said that I have not obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. I have already proven this in front of the experts of the various sections. Elder Hong is here to prove my words. Lu Ming said. That's right. Lu Ming has not obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. Elder Hong said, Emperor Tsong's legacy is very important. I suggest that Lu Ming hand over everything for us to check. Lastly, we will search his soul. This is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yin Feng said loudly with a vicious look in his eyes. Ha. At that moment, Lu Ming laughed out loud and said, I have already said that I have not obtained the legacy. Elder Hong has also proven this. Moreover, I have already said that those who enter the Emperor's secret realm can hand over any treasures they find. Now, you're forcing me to hand them over. Is this how Dragon God Valley treats their disciples? This is so disappointing. How dare you? The Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley shouted coldly and said, You're just a reserved disciple. How dare you talk about the Dragon God Valley? How audacious. Feng is right. I need to search your soul to make sure. Having said that, the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley stepped forward and locked his aura on Lu Ming. Lu Ming realized that he could not move his body at all. It was as if he was frozen in place. Inzheng, you are already so old, and you are a valley master. Don't you find it embarrassing to treat a junior in this manner? At that moment, a gentle voice resounded in the area. As the voice resounded, Lu Ming suddenly felt his body relax, and he regained his freedom. Many people were shocked. Who dared to speak to Valley Master Silver Dragon like that? Valley Master Silver Dragon frowned and looked at the sky. In the sky, two figures stepped on the air and flew over. It was an old man with a gentle smile on his face. Behind the old man was a middle-aged man. Senior Long Yuan Shan. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The middle-aged man following behind the old man was Long Yuan Shan. Greetings, Valley Master Yin Long. Many people bowed when they saw this old man. Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Another Valley Master had arrived. The Silver Dragon Valley Master stared at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and said, "What? Do you want to be a busybody? What do you mean meddling in other people's business?" This little guy is right. How can my Dragon God Valley treat its disciples like this? It is up to him whether he wants to hand it over or not. To be honest, let's not talk about the fact that this brat did not obtain Emperor Song's inheritance. Even if he did, it is up to him whether he wants to hand it over or not. Our Divine Dragon Valley only needs to ensure his growth. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said calmly. What if I forcibly search your soul? The Silver Dragon Valley Master asked. You can give a try. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed, and a mysterious aura emanated from his body. The Silver Dragon Valley Master looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master with a serious expression. After a while, he looked at Elder Hong and asked, Elder Hong, are you sure that this brat did not obtain Emperor Song's inheritance? He can't have it because Emperor Song is not dead. Elder Hong said, What? The Silver Dragon Valley Master was shocked. Not only him, but everyone present was also shocked. Emperor Song was not dead. These 4 words were too shocking and could explain everything. After a while, the scene slowly quietened down. Let's continue. The Silver Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Continue. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master also sat down. Little guy, register your name. The white-haired old man said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and registered his name before walking down the stage. Then, one by one, they went up to hand over their treasures. Just like that, 2 days and 2 nights passed, and the task of handing over their treasures was finally over. Next was the second task, which was to choose one of the 7 Dragon Valleys to join. An elder from each Dragon Valley came and set up a counter in the square. Here, each elder represents a Dragon Valley. If you want to join a Dragon Valley, go forward and register. Elder Hong pointed at the 7 counters. The 7 counters each had a symbol that represented a different Dragon Valley. However, the Silver Dragon Valley and the Cloud Dragon Valley were special. The other Dragon Valleys sent their elders, and only the Valley Masters of these 2 Dragon Valleys came personally. I want to join the Ice Dragon Valley. Someone stepped forward and walked toward the Ice Dragon Valley. Let me see your spiritual body. The elder of the Ice Dragon Valley said. This young man emitted a cold aura, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yes, it's the Ice Dragon War body. You can join. The elder of the Ice Dragon Valley nodded and registered the young man's information. Senior, I want to join the Purple Dragon Valley. I want to join the Black Dragon Valley. The young men stepped forward and chose the Dragon Valley they wanted to join. Infeng naturally joined the Silver Dragon Valley. You had joined the Blood Dragon Valley. Senior, I want to join the Cloud Dragon Valley. A young man walked to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and said respectfully. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, You're not suitable for the Cloud Dragon Valley. Go. Many people were stunned. The Cloud Dragon Valley would not accept them. As long as their spiritual bodies were suitable, the other Dragon Valleys would accept them. This was because these young men had been tested for their talents and were very good. They were qualified to join the Divine Dragon Valley, but the Cloud Dragon Valley would not accept them. You don't know, right? The Cloud Dragon Valley only has a little over 100 people and is the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys. Naturally, the number of people joining is the least. Also, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master has a strange way of accepting people. He doesn't accept ordinary people and only accepts people based on his mood. A local disciple explained. Accepts based on his mood? Many people were speechless. As expected, a few more people wanted to join the Cloud Dragon Valley, but were rejected by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming, which Dragon Valley do you want to join? Xianxia asked. I don't know yet. Lu Ming shook his head. He had not decided yet. His spiritual body was the divine dragon battle body. To be honest, he could join any Dragon Valley. As for his domain, it was the chaotic domain. It would not matter if he joined any Dragon Valley. However, he had already excluded the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley. He would not join these 2 Dragon Valleys. The remaining Dragon Valleys were fine. You don't know? Lu Ming, I'll go and register. I want to join the Ice Dragon Valley. Xianxia said. Go. Chapter 1454. Xianxia and Xiao Hao had similar physiques and had joined Ice Dragon Valley. As for the 3 Ruan brothers, they had joined Red Dragon Valley. Everyone present had joined the 7 Dragon Valleys. This time, there were more than 20,000 people who had entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. However, only 12,000 people had come out. More than half of them had stayed in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm forever. 12,000 people. Up until now, other than Cloud Dragon Valley, the other 6 Dragon Valleys each had more than 1,000 people. Only Cloud Dragon Valley had no one. Many people looked at each other. Cloud Dragon Valley was really strange. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had come personally, but had not accepted a single disciple. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. This kid wants to join Cloud Dragon Valley. Yin Feng's eyes flashed. He did not want Lu Ming to join Cloud Dragon Valley. This was because, given his status, he had friends in the other 6 Dragon Valleys. If Lu Ming were to join them, he had 100 ways to kill Lu Ming. However, if Lu Ming were to join Cloud Dragon Valley, it would be troublesome. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master has always accepted disciples based on his mood. I hope he will not accept Lu Ming as his disciple. Yin Feng thought to himself. Around the square, many people looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a treasure like the Break Sage elixir on him. Naturally, he would be the center of attention. Senior, I am Lu Ming. I would like to join Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming walked in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and bowed. Joining Cloud Dragon Valley was Lu Ming's final decision. Firstly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's motto was to be free. Lu Ming liked this very much. Also, Long Yuanshan was in Cloud Dragon Valley. Long Yuanshan's character was not bad. Lu Ming had a good impression of Long Yuanshan. Furthermore, Long Yuanshan and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had both helped Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming chose to join Cloud Dragon Valley. As for the fact that Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest, he did not even consider it. He had come to the Yuan continent to cultivate. As long as he had a stable environment to cultivate in, he would be fine. You really want to join the Cloud Dragon Valley? Have you thought it through? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley smiled and did not reject him directly like the others. Many people's hearts stirred. Could it be that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was going to take Lu Ming in? Junior has thought it through. Lu Ming said firmly. All right, welcome to the Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and agreed. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Little guy, your name is Lu Ming, right? Are you willing to take this old man as your master and become this old man's 9th true disciple? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master spoke again. His words shocked everyone present. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master actually took the initiative to accept Lu Ming as a true disciple. This guy is really lucky. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. If Lu Ming became the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's true disciple, it would be even more troublesome for him to deal with Lu Ming. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was famous for being protective, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Even his grandfather, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, was wary of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The other youths present looked at Lu Ming enviously. What kind of honor and opportunity was it to be accepted as a disciple by a Valley Master? Even though the Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys, he was still a Valley Master, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming was also stunned. He had not expected the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to accept him as a true disciple. "Little guy, what do you think? If you are not willing, I will not force you," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said warmly. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming bowed. He had just arrived in the Yuan continent and needed a backer. This would be of great help to his cultivation in the future. "Great, ha ha ha." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master laughed when he saw Lu Ming agree. This guy, I don't know what kind of luck he has to be accepted as a disciple by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He is just a lowly ant from a desolate island. I don't know what the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sees in him. Some of the local youths were so envious that their eyes turned red and they spoke with disdain. If his talent is not good enough, it is useless to have a good master. He will still be trampled by others in the future. Someone said sourly. Some were unhappy and some were happy. Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the Ruan brothers were truly happy for Lu Ming. All right. At that moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stood up and scanned the crowd. He said, "My disciple might have some treasures on him after entering the Emperor's secret realm. That is his opportunity. I don't care about the competition between peers. If any old man dares to do anything to him, don't blame me for my bad temper." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had always been a gentle person. However, at that moment, a cold aura emanated from him. The entire square was filled with a terrifying aura. Some of the peak martial royal realm experts felt as if there was a huge rock on their chests, and they could not breathe properly. Forget about the break sage pill. Many people laughed bitterly in their hearts. Previously, there were many people who coveted Lu Ming's shung-breaking elixir. However, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley was famous for being protective of his own people. Moreover, he was very powerful. Those who coveted the shung-breaking elixir put aside their thoughts. Compared to the break sage pill, their lives were more important. "Ha ha, Lu Ming, no. 9th junior brother, congratulations. We are brothers from now on." Long Yuanshan laughed loudly. "Greetings, senior brother." Lu Ming bowed to Long Yuanshan. "I am Master's second disciple. You can call me second senior brother." Long Yuanshan laughed. "All right, let's go back to the Cloud Dragon Valley." After saying that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped into the air and left. The disciple recruitment was not over yet. However, after the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had accepted Lu Ming as his core disciple, he did not want to accept any more and left immediately. 9th junior brother, let's go to the Cloud Dragon Valley." Long Yuanshan grinned and was extremely forthright. He then followed the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and stepped into the air. Lu Ming followed closely behind. They were not heading towards the outer valley, but the deep snow mountain. As they walked in the air, snow fell from the sky. At a glance, huge snow mountains rose from the ground, and one could not see the end of them. Dragon God Valley. It snows all year round, not stopping for a single day. It's really amazing. Legend has it that there's a terrifying ice dragon sleeping in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, which caused such a phenomenon. That terrifying ice dragon is the guardian beast of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a legend came to his mind. Below them, huge snowy mountains flashed past. Suddenly, a huge glacier valley appeared in front of them. This glacial canyon was quite unique. Above it were misty clouds, and snowflakes were falling from the clouds, making the entire glacial canyon look like a snowy wonderland. Yuanshan, bring Ming to a cave residence. Ming must be tired after entering the great Emperor's secret realm. Let's rest first. Chapter 1455. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was carefree and casual. He left as he pleased and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. Ninth junior brother, Master is like this. He's casual, but he treats his disciples extremely well. Long Yuanchuan smiled at Lu Ming and explained. Second senior brother, I heard that there are only 100 disciples in the Cloud Dragon Valley. Is that true? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. There are only 120 people in the Cloud Dragon Valley, including Master. The other valleys have a lot of disciples, deacons, and elders. However, there are no elders in the Cloud Dragon Valley. We only have Master and his 9 true disciples. The rest are ordinary disciples. Long Yuanchuan said, No elders? Is there only Master among the older generation? Lu Ming was even more curious. Yes, because there were only 6 valleys in the Divine Dragon Valley in the past. Each valley had a long history, and there was no Cloud Dragon Valley. Cloud Dragon Valley was founded by Master. Long Yuanshan said, Founded by Master. Lu Ming was shocked. He was very curious about this Master that he had just acknowledged. Lu Ming knew that it was extremely difficult to establish an independent valley in a large sect like the Divine Dragon Valley. He was afraid that countless people would oppose it. However, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley could do it. He was definitely not simple. 9 junior brother, let's go. I'll bring you to your place of residence. Long Yuanshan said and stepped forward. Lu Ming followed. The Cloud Dragon Valley was huge and spacious, but there were only 100 or so people. After flying for a while, they finally met 2 young men. Greetings, senior brother. The 2 young men bowed when they saw Long Yuanshan. You're welcome. Let me introduce you. This is Master's new true disciple. Long Yuanshan pointed at Lu Ming and introduced. The Valley Master's new disciple? The 2 young men looked at Lu Ming curiously and bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Ah, senior brother? Lu Ming was stunned. 9th junior brother, they are ordinary disciples of the Cloud Dragon Valley. They address us as senior brothers. Long Yuanshan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. There's no need for such formalities. Lu Ming smiled. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Long Yuanshan led Lu Ming deeper into the canyon. The deeper they went, the thicker the Yuan Qi became. Of Master's 9 disciples, other than the 2 of us, some are in seclusion, some are cultivating outside, and some are carrying out missions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you one by one. As they walked, Long Yuanshan explained the situation of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge ice cave. The entrance to this ice cave was tightly shut. Junior brother, this cave is yours from now on. There's a formation at the entrance. I'll teach you how to control it. Long Yuanshan took out a jade talisman and handed it over to Lu Ming. Thank you, second senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. 9th junior brother, familiarize yourself with it. I estimate that Master will summon you in a few days. Long Yuanshan smiled and walked away. Lu Ming picked up the jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He memorized the method in the jade talisman. At the entrance, there was a simple formation that only required true origin to control. Lu Ming stepped forward and true origin spread out. With a click, the entrance to the ice cave opened. Lu Ming stepped in. Then, he controlled the formation and the entrance closed. Lu Ming carefully looked around the cave. The cave was huge. There was an ice bed, an ice table, an ice chair, etc. Lu Ming took a closer look and found that something was wrong. This was not ordinary ice, but ice jade. It was crystal clear and emitted a slight chill. Cultivating here could help to temper one's spiritual body. In addition, there was more than one bedroom in the ice cave. There were other ice rooms that were connected by passageways. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were more than 10 ice rooms. One of the ice rooms had a trickle of spring water that did not freeze. Lu Ming was very satisfied with this cave. The heaven and earth origin chi here was several times richer than in the outer valley. Let's count the gains this time. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ice jade bed. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the storage rings he had obtained this time. On the way back, Lu Ming just casually counted them. He sorted out the middle-grade origin stones, spirit herbs, spirit weapons, etc. As for the spirit herbs, Lu Ming kept them all in the mountain river diagram for Dandan and Bubbles to eat. Finally, Lu Ming kept the most valuable items in a storage ring. This time, Lu Ming had gained a lot from this trip to the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Some spirit herbs and refining materials, not to mention sacred herb, ancient heavenly sap tree, heavenly lost stones, more than 200 pieces, sacred weapons. Lu Ming took out 2 to exchange for contribution points. There were 3 left. One was the black feather wings, another was the shield that Xiao Hao had given him, and the third was a jade bracelet. Lu Ming planned to give it to Xianxia. In addition, there were 3 Emperor Region fruits and 1 Saint Breakthrough pill. Most importantly, Emperor Song had given him a storage ring. This was the storage ring of a great emperor. Just thinking about it made Lu Ming's heart pound. It was a pity that he had lost his lightning cauldron. That was a sacred weapon. In Emperor Song's chamber, Emperor Song seemed to have used the lightning cauldron to suppress the Soul Extinguisher Dharma King. However, the Soul Extinguisher Dharma King had obviously recovered more than Emperor Song. The two of them had entered the depths of the void. It was still unknown who would win this battle. Perhaps Emperor Song would never appear again. Therefore, Lu Ming most likely would not be able to get his lightning cauldron back. Fortunately, with Emperor Song's storage ring as compensation, Lu Ming felt a little better. Let's see what's in Emperor Song's storage ring. Are there any Emperor weapons? Emperor pills? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the storage ring and poured his true yuan into it. Lu Ming was stunned. He couldn't open it. Continue. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his true yuan, but he still couldn't open it. I'll continue. After a while, Lu Ming gave up. Damn it, there's Emperor Song's mark on this storage ring. With my cultivation, I can't break this mark at all. Lu Ming wanted to howl at the sky. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He couldn't eat the fat meat in his mouth. This reminded Lu Ming of the time when he had just started cultivating and obtained a king's storage ring. He couldn't open it either because he wasn't strong enough. The situation was so similar, but this time, Lu Ming was even more depressed. This was a great emperor's storage ring. He had exchanged his sacred weapon, the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He tried a few more times, but in the end, he could only give up helplessly. His cultivation wasn't enough to break Emperor Song's mark. If he wanted to slowly break it, he wouldn't be able to do it without the cultivation of a saint realm. Lu Ming despised Emperor Song for a long time. Since he gave the storage ring to him, why didn't he remove the mark on it? Lu Ming had no choice but to keep Emperor Song's storage ring. Then, with a flash, the black wings appeared on his back. Lu Ming was ready to refine the black wings again. In the future, Lu Ming would have to refine the black wings frequently. This way, the power of the sacred weapon could be slowly unleashed. A day later, Lu Ming sacrificially refined the black feather wings again and put them away. Chapter 1456. Just like that, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined the shield and the Soul Spirit defense armor one after another. The shield flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared, floating in his divine sense. As for the spiritual god defensive armor, entered the Dantian and covered the spiritual god's entire body. The spiritual god was now wearing a jade armor. After refining these treasures, Lu Ming took out 3 royal realm fruits, planning to refine them to improve his cultivation. A low-level martial dominator realm fruit could improve their cultivation by 1 layer after refining it. It was extremely precious. However, Lu Ming practiced the chaotic domain, thus he was not confident. He opened his mouth and swallowed one of the royal realm fruits before refining it. A day later, after refining the royal realm fruit, Lu Ming shook his head and let out a wry smile. Indeed, it was impossible for others to improve their cultivation by 1 layer after refining 1 royal realm fruit. His cultivation remained at the first layer martial dominator realm. Continue. Following this, Lu Ming took out another royal realm fruit and began refining it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had refined all 3 royal realm fruits, but his cultivation had only reached the peak of the first layer martial dominator realm. He had not even broken through to the second layer martial dominator realm. The chaotic domain is indeed difficult to improve. 3 royal realm fruits can only help me reach the peak of the first layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming let out a wry smile. However, it was not bad to reach the peak of the first layer martial dominator realm. Once the opportunity came, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the second layer martial dominator realm. Now that I have reached the martial dominator realm, it's time to practice a domain martial skill. Lu Ming thought to himself. After his trip to the Martial Emperor's secret ground, he realized that his attacks were too simple. Most of the time, he relied on the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill and the Chaotic Domain to crush his opponents. The Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill, combined with the Hell-Suppressing Monument's bloodline, was extremely powerful. It was enough to unleash a terrifying power in the Martial Dominator realm. However, it was too simple to use the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill alone. As for the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky seal, although it was extremely powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. It could be used as a trump card and could not be used normally. Therefore, Lu Ming needed to cultivate an offensive domain martial technique. As for movement techniques, he didn't need them for the time being. Firstly, even though the Wind Origin art was only a conceptualized battle technique, when paired with the Wind Frozen Pearl and the Black Wings, his speed would be astonishing. Secondly, the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Although it was not a domain martial technique, after Lu Ming cultivated the 9th step, its power was still shocking, especially when combined with the Dragon God Battle Body. Therefore, there was no need for him to cultivate any movement techniques for the time being. It was mainly about attacking. Moreover, Lu Ming wanted to cultivate a technique that would allow him to unleash the power of a spirit weapon or even a saint weapon. When Lu Ming executed the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill, he would generally fight with his physical body. Even if he had an Emperor-level spirit weapon or a sacred weapon, it would be useless. For example, if his opponent was a swordsman and held a sacred weapon and fought with him, his opponent would have the additional power of the sacred weapon while he did not. Wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? What kind of domain martial technique should I cultivate? Lu Ming pondered. The memory fragments of a 9 dragons contained many domain martial techniques. In the chaotic domain, other than some very special domains that couldn't be transformed, all other domains could be transformed. For example, the spear domain, the sword domain. Therefore, Lu Ming could cultivate these types of domain martial techniques. 13 strikes. After a while, Lu Ming chose a domain martial technique. The 13 strikes was a spear art. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still low, he had always used a spear. Therefore, he still had a soft spot for spears. However, later on, when his cultivation was high, there was no suitable spear art. The Hell-Suppressing Heaven art was powerful, so Lu Ming slowly stopped using spear art. Moreover, the power of the 13 strikes made Lu Ming quite satisfied. The 13 strikes used the spear domain as the foundation. Using the spear, the attacks were like a storm, one after another. When cultivated to the highest level, the spear could continuously erupt with 13 waves of power. The destructive power was astonishing. Swoosh! In the next moment, a spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Infinite Dragon Spear. Buzz! The Infinite Dragon Spear vibrated and let out a loud buzzing sound. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. No, the Infinite Dragon Spear's level isn't high enough. Although the second body had refined the Infinite Dragon Spear in the past, allowing it to reach the level of a level 9 spiritual weapon, for Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary level 9 spiritual weapon wouldn't be able to unleash Lu Ming's strength. Instead, it would shatter the spiritual weapon due to the excessive power. I'll wait for the second body to fully recover before slowly refining and upgrading it. Lu Ming thought as he kept the infinite dragon spear. Then, another spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This spear was an Emperor's spiritual weapon that Lu Ming had obtained in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Buzz! The spear vibrated and made a buzzing sound. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. If there's a chance, I'll get a sacred weapon spear and a pair of sacred weapon gloves. Lu Ming thought. With a pair of sacred weapon gloves, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when using the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully comprehended the mysteries of the 13 stored power strikes. But soon, Lu Ming received a message from Long Yuanshan. Long Yuanshan was looking for him. When he opened the door of the cave dwelling, he saw Long Yuanshan standing outside. "Ninth junior brother, Master is looking for you," Long Yuanshan said. Lu Ming nodded. He had been in seclusion for 7 days. It was time for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to look for him. Lu Ming followed Long Yuanshan into the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived at the end of the Cloud Dragon Valley. There was a cave dwelling here. After entering the cave dwelling, they saw the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sitting on an ice platform. "Master, Ninth junior brother is here. I'll take my leave." Long Yuanshan bowed and then left the place. "Disciple greets Master." Lu Ming bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and nodded. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Not bad. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the first layer, Martial Emperor Realm. Your foundation is solid. You will be able to break through to the second layer, Martial Emperor Realm soon." Lu Ming did not say anything. He only listened quietly. "Ming, show me your domain. Let me have a look," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and unleashed the chaotic domain without hesitation. There was no need to hide the chaotic domain. He would unleash it whenever he encountered a strong enemy. Those with good eyesight would be able to recognize it. As expected, the primal chaos domain spread out. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Primal chaos domain." It was obvious that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was extremely shocked. After a while, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master finally calmed down and began to ponder with a frown. After more than 10 minutes, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master spoke again. "Ming-er, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You have mastered the legendary chaotic domain." Chapter 1457. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. The Valley Master had said that he had nothing to teach Lu Ming in the future. It seemed like he was destined to explore on his own. "Ming-er, you have to be careful. The stronger the domain, the harder it will be to cultivate it. Especially when breaking through to the next realm, it will be more difficult. It is the same for the chaotic domain. So you have to spend more time on the chaotic domain in the future." After pondering for a moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master warned seriously. Lu Ming nodded. He had already noticed this. "Also, from today onwards, you can enter any place in the Cloud Dragon Valley as you wish, including my library. There are all the cultivation experiences that I've accumulated along the way. You can go and comprehend them. Who knows, they might be of some help to you," the Valley Master said. "Thank you, Master." Lu Ming was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. He could enter any place in the Cloud Dragon Valley and the Valley Master's cultivation experience. The Valley Master's cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming estimated that he was definitely not a bright sage. He might have surpassed the bright sage realm. The cultivation experience of such a person was definitely precious. If Lu Ming were to comprehend it, it would be of great help to his cultivation. At this moment, a jade token appeared in the Valley Master's hand and said, "This is your identity token. It contains your information and your contribution points. Take a look and see if it is correct." Lu Ming took the identity token and inserted his true yuan into it. A row of information appeared in his mind. It was his basic information. In the contribution points column, he had 15 million contribution points. It was the contribution points that he had exchanged for the sect treasure. There was no mistake about it. Lu Ming kept the identity token. there's one thing that you have to take note of. Although I have accepted you as a core disciple, and you have joined the Cloud Dragon Valley is a part of the Divine Dragon Valley. So, for the first 2 years, you will still have to listen to the arrangements of the Divine Dragon Valley and complete some basic tasks. After 2 years, you will not have to do any tasks and can choose for yourself, the Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. This was very easy to understand. Lu Ming was not too surprised. As a new disciple, it was normal for them to contribute to the sect. Also, you have offended the people of Silver Dragon Valley. Those guys are narrow-minded. You have to be careful of them during this period of time. Their elders won't dare to interfere, but I won't interfere with the competition between the younger generation. You have to rely on yourself. Finally, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master gave another warning. Thank you, Master. I will be careful, Lu Ming said. All right, go ahead. Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand. Lu Ming bowed and then left. 15 million contribution points. I can't waste them. Let's see if there are any true dragon materials for exchange. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. If he had the materials from a true dragon, he would be able to upgrade his dragon god battle body. Lu Ming continued to fly outwards, intending to ask around at the Treasure Dragon Hall. Before he could fly far, a figure blocked in front of Lu Ming. It was a young lady in a snow-white dress. She looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. She had a graceful figure and was very beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Stop! The young lady opened her arms and blocked in front of Lu Ming. You are? Lu Ming stopped and asked. You are the new pro-disciple that Master has accepted? The young lady blinked her big eyes curiously and looked at Lu Ming carefully. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Judging from her tone, she should be another pro-disciple of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming nodded and said, That's right. I am the 9th disciple that Master has accepted. Lu Ming. Huh, it's really you. Quick, call me senior sister. I am your 8th senior sister, Xianxia. I am no longer your junior sister. The young lady almost jumped up and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming was speechless. It turned out that she was a senior sister, but she was so young. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to cup his fists and say, Greetings, 8th senior sister. Good. Cough, cough. Xianxia was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be mature. She glanced at Lu Ming and coughed a few times, saying, Junior brother, follow senior sister in the future. Senior sister will guarantee that you will have a good life. As she spoke, she patted her towering chest, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming could not help but take a few more glances. However, Xianxia did not seem to notice it at all. She continued to pat her chest and said, Junior brother, I heard that your battle strength is not bad. You displayed great prowess in the great Emperor's mystic realm. Come. Let's spar a few moves. After speaking, she looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Spar a few moves? Lu Ming was speechless. That's right. AI, there are too few people in our Cloud Dragon Valley. It's so boring. Those ordinary disciples don't even dare to fight with me. In the past 10 years, Master has only accepted 3 successor disciples. As for the other senior brothers, they're already so old, and their cultivation levels are so high. I'm not their match at all. There's also that killing maniac. He's out there training and killing every day. Xianxia mumbled in her heart, but her mouth never stopped talking. Lu Ming was speechless. He quickly interrupted Xianxia and said, Senior sister, I have something to do. Next time. After speaking, he was about to leave. No, it has to be now. Today. Are you looking down on me? Xianxia stared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Rumble. The punch was so powerful that it caused the space to tremble violently. So strong, Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. The chaotic domain spread out as he threw a punch at Xianxia. Dong! The 2 fists collided. Lu Ming's body shuddered as he felt a terrifying force surging toward him. His body shuddered, and he was forced to take 9 steps back before he could regain his balance. However, Xianxia did not move at all. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Xianxia's strength was beyond his imagination. Most shockingly, he felt that Xianxia had only used her physical strength. She did not use much of her true energy. Her physical strength alone was enough to force him to take 9 steps back. Not bad. A first-layer martial royal realm cultivator was able to take a punch from me and only take 9 steps back. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, Xianxia murmured. She looked at Lu Ming curiously and said, Junior brother, you should work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation improves, you can spar with me. With that, without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he left in a jog. Lu Ming was speechless. This senior sister was too weird. Most importantly, although the other party looked young, he was shockingly powerful. Even Lu Ming was taken aback by this. It seems that there are many geniuses in Yuan Lu. Moreover, my cultivation is too low. Lu Ming thought to himself. Haha, 9 junior brother, don't mind her. That girl is just like that. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.